Welcome back to OtakuDaiKun. We're gonna play more Fate Grand Order, Life and Death of an Illusion, Traum. I know you don't have to have the trill, but I felt like it. Traum. Oh, making bento for a picnic? Oh, that's sweet. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Grabbing my login and shit. So, last we left off, we had launched a rescue mission for Ritsuka, and it worked. Though it took great sacrifice, namely from Salome, who is no longer with us, and it's bullshit, because she's hot and cool. Cursed to want to, like, lop our head off, but... yeah. But then we go to, Charles the Great's domain, and it turns out, no, they actually are human sympathizers, or proper human history sympathizers. Or at least a decent amount of them are. And, the one major problem is that they don't actually have Charles the Great, Charlemagne. It's actually Don Quixote and his chick, slash horse, slash friend, slash lots of things, all in one, who have been running the show and pretending to be Charles the Great to get everyone's cooperation. But in truth, they are the weakest out of these three kingdoms by far. And, yeah, that sucks. But at least we have somebody to be with. Sorry, that we have somebody to help out, which would be, you know, Chaldea. We can now join with them. They, yeah, we actually have some basis to grow momentum and fight back against the Singularity now. We have formed a squad with some random servants, including Deermud, Saber Form, and what's her face? I forgot what her name is. Well, we'll see soon. The Chinese mage chick. Yeah. Shufu. That's what I was gonna guess, but I didn't want to just, like, spit out of my ass without knowing for sure. But we are in a commando unit, going to slowly take back a base, I guess, or something. Come to think of it, Miss Sue. As a matter of interest, I must inquire, did you ever succeed in finding the elixir of immortality? Oh, I think maybe, or maybe not. Or maybe it didn't really matter either way? Didn't matter? Ah! Can you please forget I just said that? On the off chance that Emperor Qin Shi Huang gets summoned, I don't want this coming back to bite me. I mean, Gilgamesh is already revived through the Grail's black mud, so I don't necessarily think we have much different. He would probably behave the same either way. And it's not like dead apostles can't be killed, so yeah. Have you enjoyed this chapter? Yeah, it's interesting. Definitely interesting. Salome is the absolute highlight so far. I just gave an entire recap for you, Haggis. Maybe if you want to rewind the stream a little bit, I did explain everything. Then again, maybe it's okay, since I doubt they'd get summoned to this Singularity anyway. They won't, right? Forgive me for interrupting. But we're almost to the Tower of Zanten? Huh. It's an observation tower located right between the Revenge Realm and the Righteous Realm. Of course, the sky hasn't turned red yet, so that means we're still in the righteous realm. Red sky, huh? Oh yeah, the sky did actually turn red there. The Revenge Realm dyes the sky red to demarcate its domain and demonstrate its vengeful spirit. It's their way of telling outsiders, "It is my territory! Trespass and die!" You know, since land can't actually talk. Mr. O'Dubna, would you be so kind as to tell us more about what this mission entails? I believe we were told to gauge the enemy's strength. That's right. We learned a small battalion had been stationed here not too long ago. Our objective is to find out what kinds of servants are in it. Ah, Zantan was the capital of Creamhild's homeland. Dude, that's cool. Of course, depending on the situation, we may also decide to eliminate them. They said this was, like, based in America, though, so that was kind of weird, huh? You know? It's almost as if, maybe it is America's topography, but she's just naming places based on what she knows, you know? How small is small in this case? About 10 to 12 servants or so. They do outnumber us a bit. I mean, it's not like any of this has to do with American culture yet. But we should be able to handle them just fine, as I'm told they're all no more than phantom spirit level servants. Generics, as it were. So now we just have to decide what our first move will be. A tower, huh? It is quite a nice tower. I like the architecture. I mean, it's depressing as fuck, but that's kind of its own vibe, you know? Never seen a tower like that before. Same here. It's a little big for a lookout tower. Fascinating. Did you figure something out? Not from the exterior alone, no. We'll have to make our way inside first. Shh. I see, they have patrols out. So I found this other really cool VTuber last night that I had no idea existed. Her name is Savvy. I think it's Savii. Let me double check that. She's like a hot tomboy with midriff. Got that dark skin going on. It's really nice. Double check her name. Yes, Savii. Really cool VTuber design, and she's against censorship and cool shit like that. I asked to see if we could collab. I don't know if that'll ever come to anything, but that would be cool. I'd love to do a collab like that. I don't see any lookouts standing watch outside, but they have to at least have a few somewhere. We can safely assume there are assassins about, hiding themselves with presence concealment. Probably 2, no 3 of them. And if I were in charge of where they were stationed, I'd post one on either side of the doors and another behind the first 2. Savvy, Savii. Then I'll try drawing them out of hiding. Now that you're narrowed down the field of possibilities, I should be able to use an effective Taoist art. I'll also put up a soundproofing bounded field while I'm at it. If we're lucky, we'll be able to make it to the tower without anyone noticing. Amazing. We're lucky to have you with us, Lady Shufu. As long as you appreciate it. Okay, is everyone ready? Yes, Ezra. Exactly. Ready. Indeed. All set. We didn't need to say that. Let's just do it. Good. Motion forbidden. Spirit enlightened. Body pacified. Then add a dash of tongue twisting and silencing. That's a weird spell. Huh? Enemies? But I can't move. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Damn it! They can't hear me either. I'm Diarmid Adubna, the Knights of Fianna. Have at you! I'll just stay anonymous if it's all the same to you, thanks. Charles the Great's Commandos, charge! We didn't need to announce who the fuck we are. You're actually telling them who you are? Then at least get your story straight. Alright then, let's take care of them, shall we? That was silly. That was very silly. Absolutely, positively silly. So I just finished the main cut of my Stellar Blade waifu files. It's very good. I'm very happy with it. Great quality footage. I need to make the shorts versions and then have that all published. And then the rest of the week, in addition to the streaming, I'll be working on that Prisma Ilia fanfic review that someone has commissioned of me. It should be cool. Very cool. We'll fight an assassins, eh? Is it just the one assassin? No, it's never just the one assassin. We'll do the usual. Oh, they're letting me use my whole party. Fuck yes. I love it. Forgot what Chanbara meant. We were playing One Chanbara a long time ago. I think it's has something to do with like swords play or swordsmanship. Which would make sense for Musashi. You're still alive, damn it! You know, I'm really disappointed by the quality of my iPad to FGO or to Elgato adapter that I've got. It gets a little compressed when there's fast movement. It's a shame. My footage can only ever be so good as a result of that. I imagine BlueStacks would theoretically be the best way to do it. One Chanbara would actually make another great waifu files. Yes, yeah. I'd like to focus on just the first game that got that really nice remaster with anime cutscene, or like anime style. If they did the other games like that, I'd be even happier. You know? Would you rather have a wife, Musashi, or who would you rather have as a wife? Musashi or Skadi? Probably Musashi. If you're just talking like Skahak herself, I'd say maybe her. But I like Skahak more than Skadi. Wait, what do you mean, why was Joshua never summoned once exactly, huh? I'm afraid I don't understand. Musashi would be a bit of a neat. I mean, like me, I guess. Well, no. I'm employed, but quote unquote, I'm a YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber. Get a real job. That kind of thing. But Kagura, she's very Ryuko-like. I just don't like the art style of those later games. They definitely need some polish. slightly uncanny. That and I haven't played them. Have they even been, like, released on PC or anything more accessible these days? Or do I have to, like, track down their old consoles? Noah? See, what are we talking about here? Damn it. I don't see any reinforcements coming. It looks like we're still clear. I don't sense anyone on the other side of these doors, either. Let's go in. You don't trust Musashi to provide for the family? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. She just sounds like more of like the breadwinner. If you sent her off to go gather food, she'd probably do it. I mean, we have to think of her relative to her time, you know? Oh, Noah's a servant that did appear in FGO Arcade? Oh, I'm mixing up Noah with Moses in my brain. Noah's Ark. Right. That Noah. I don't sense anyone on the other side of these doors, either. Let's go in. At first glance, there doesn't appear to be much of a note here. Let's see what's on these documents. What do they say? They appear to be plans for this tower. I mean, realistic graphics of that era were a little uncanny, I guess. Well, no, what I meant by that was that, you know, Musashi's of her time. You know, hunting and gathering would be kind of like what she do, I guess. They appear to be plans for this tower. What? Anything significant? Miss Shufu? Huh? I suspect this tower may be directly connected to a ley line. Would it be possible to confirm that? I might be able to tell from the basement. Then would you be so kind? Huh? You want me to go down by myself? No, thank you. A fair point. Go with her, Sarah. Got it. I'll come too. It could be dangerous with only 2 casters. So where you gonna go, Holmes? The top of the tower, of course. Inner era sword are most things, or is that more Okita's? Doesn't Musashi... Well... Yeah, Musashi's definitely before Okita in terms of history. Like, Musashi was, like, feudal. Warring states going into, the shogunate. Whereas Okita was at the end of the shogunate going into the Meiji. Oh, Captain Nemo? Oh, that's weird. But yeah, swords were becoming less of a thing towards the end of it, though. So it was much more common to be running around and killing people and stuff in Musashi's time. I'm doing great. So, guy, how about you? The top of the tower, of course. Then let us head down and see what we find. Come on. Oh, alright. This looks like it's going to be a major pain in the ass, though. I mean, why do we come here if we're not going to thoroughly explore it? I mean, if you're playing a video game, you go the wrong way first to make sure you've explored everything. Musashi as a young man as part of Sekigahara? Yeah. I actually didn't know that. Well, I mean, I kind of did, but I didn't know specifically they were in that fight. You're tuning back in after finishing this event? Yeah. Any luck? So this goes here, and that goes there. Huh. Why would they do this? Alright, let's ask them. Them? Who? Those casters working over there. I'll leave them to you. Huh? I can't move! Good luck, and you might want to hurry. Since they're casters, they'll probably figure out how to break that spell pretty quickly. Next time, give us a little more warning, would you? Yes, but during the shogunate, the Tokugawa era, you know, a lot of the swords wielders were officers hired by these people. There were fewer lords running around, and a lot of them became just like hired hands, struggling to find use for their swordsmanship. Whereas back in the day, you were conquering lands with that swordsmanship. There was a different incentive. Y'all were talking about how good Morgan is, and I haven't used her in a while, so let's whip out Morgan. I'm kind of curious. Where is she hiding anyway? What's her NP anyway? Is she Busta? She Busta? Yeah, she's Busta. Busta. I don't know what was weird. I can't even recall the context. First of all, thank you for following me on Twitter. Ah, yes. That was very kind of you. Did not expect that yesterday. And question, do you think it'd be kind of cool if FGO was ported to Switch? I think it would be cool if you could play FGO on Switch with an easy account link function. Kinda like how you can, like play Nikke on PC, that kind of thing. That'd be cool. AoE Buster. Yep. I know that. That's why I wanted to use her. So you changed my mind. Musashi's probably better in that era than having constant men in the goddess's house seeking to train under her? Huh? Okay. That and I just want to look at Morgan more, because my god. Mwah. Mwah. She's so beautiful. See, I don't know. I don't know the magic to making her powerful, or what the gimmick is to her being powerful. Everyone acts like she's like super mega awesome, but apparently I'm just not doing it right. I mean, obviously she could use more buffs. She could use a Buster Up buff. She doesn't have her own Buster Up buff, which is kind of disappointing, you know? Team is of one person? I mean, kind of. The situation between Ash, Morgan, and Castoria is really weird. It's like a reincarnation of her. Koyanskaya of Light. Well, why? Does Koyanskaya do a lot of buffs? Do I even have Koyanskaya of Light? I can't remember. I have one of them, I thought.
私の足元で許しを乞いなさい。落ちよ、ロードレスキャメロット。
先に進みましょう。宴会は大勝利の後に取っておきます。
Are we getting a rerun of the current summer event or not? Well, there's got to be other servants that do a similar thing to Morgan then, right? Or, yeah. Well, you just said sounds like a good idea. No, you don't have to start anew, and FGO does go to Switch. I can't wait for Tsukihime and Fate's Day Night to arrive. Yes, that's cool. Just don't buy the PlayStation version. The art book is censored. And that's bullshit. Hell no. Stop it. That, and as a visual novel, I don't think it's pushing either of those consoles to its, like, graphical max. So, you should be just fine playing it on the Switch versus, like, a PS5 or something. Aha. So that's how they... I'm afraid we killed them all. Is that gonna be a problem? No, it's fine. Ask was more of a figure of speech there. I can basically tell what they were doing here from their actions, their gait, and the spells they left behind. That's what I meant by ask. Haggis, did I see your question? I think the context was about Nemo? Well, it's always weird when Fate Grand Order mixes a bunch of characters together, because if it's using Nemo's body, then we don't really know what Noah looks like, do we? It's like one of those strange situations. Yeah, Kusoni. I'm glad that the Japanese are calling them that. Aha, I knew it. This design is for sucking up magical energy straight from the ley line and sending it to the top of the tower. It's still not active, though. Maybe they were about to test it? How much magical energy do you think they were planning to gather? Maybe a little less than you'd need to form a holy grail? That's quite a lot. They must have been planning to perform a special summon here. Master, I passed Shufu's analysis on to Holmes, and he says he wants you to come to the top of the tower right away. Holmes said he wants us up top, too. Ayo. My apologies for calling you here on such short notice. I see you got into a bit of a scrap of your own. We ran into a little resistance, too, but Holmes took care of it in no time. I don't know about that. As for you guys, I guess Diarmid must have played a big part. It was nothing. I was fortunate enough to have Lady Shufu's protections and Lady Sarah's summons. It was a group effort, and a very successful one. Humble! Ugh! How are you this nice and handsome? Do pretty people have to have everything? It kinda pisses me off. Huh? I heard about your discovery from Miss Kyrielite. Are you certain? Pretty certain, yes. I see. Then we can breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. Sucking up magical energy straight from a ley line sounds pretty ominous. Yes, it's like a Mako reactor. Agreed, it would seem I was correct. Which is why I wanted to take a look at the top of this tower as soon as possible. See for yourselves, Mr. Odubna, Miss Shufu. Except for a partially constructed stand, there's nothing here. I suspect this tower was intended to be a means of direct attack on the righteous realm. Joke's on you, you don't have a PlayStation? Well, not a joke. But I wish I did so I could play the Spider-Man game, since I'm a huge Spider-Man fan. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, with the art style they went for, I would be pretty upset by the way they've handled Spider-Man, even if I did like Spider-Man. But then again, it does seem like people really love the web swinging in that game. as it's the most polished version of a video game Spider-Man up to that point, in terms of mechanics and gameplay. Their plan was most likely to convert the energy taken from the ley line into pure physical force, a powerful projectile. Which means this stand is meant to be an artillery battery. But once again, as you can see for yourselves, there's nothing here, not yet. I suspect they simply haven't been able to build a cannon large or durable enough to fire such an enormous mass of magical energy. Well, that's comforting. For the time being, I suggest we investigate any servants in the Revenge Realm who had a hand in this tower. If we can keep them in check, that will naturally prevent them from completing the cannon meant for this tower. Well, why don't we just claim the freaking tower as ourselves? Or for ourselves? Should we be found out, our backup plan can be simply destroying this tower. The servants who are on patrol should be coming back any moment now. Let's hurry and get out of here. Yeah, it'll be really interesting to read Fate Stay Night as an official English release. After having read it so many times myself, I wonder how the translation's gonna be. Because I assume by now, after it's been retranslated so many times by different fans, that the PC version is gonna be really, really solid. That, and of course you could patch it with the hentai content, making it the best version. The version we're getting is never gonna be that good. Musashi is indeed a vagabond. However, that doesn't mean she couldn't be nurturing. The next part of our mission is to secure an abandoned stronghold. This will also be within Righteous Realm territory. How many servants do I have to their max ascension? I'd have to count. Or maybe I could show the list next time. It would take us about an entire day to get there on foot. So we're going to borrow a horse-drawn carriage from a nearby safe house and take that most of the way. I love not having to walk. A safe house, Do you perhaps have one in every region? Yes, we do. The Secretary ordered us to build them. We have 4 in the Righteous Realm, 2 in the Revenge Realm, and 1 in the Reinstatement Realm. They're all hidden very well, and none have been discovered by the enemy yet. I see. It sounds as though you've done a good job covering your tracks. They certainly have a great deal more than I would have thought, though. Perhaps they're meant for some other purpose. Come, let's be on our way then. We can use the key the Secretary gave me to get inside. It needs a key? Yes. The safe houses are fitted with spells to blow the whole thing up if someone tries to enter without the right key. Better safe than splattered, I suppose. I see, that does make sense. Key or not, most any servant could break into most anywhere if they wished. But if you rig a place to explode upon forced entry, you eliminate the risk of the enemy getting crucial information. What about stealth entry via spirit form? I'm told each individual room has its own bounded field, and they're set to explode if they detect any spirit forms too. Then why don't we just have this key already, though? Haha, well done! This way. Really? I don't see any buildings out here. It's here, underneath the broken down wagon. Sounded like a mechanical door. Oh yeah, Assassin's Creed Shadows. Apparently a lot of people in Japan are criticizing the game because even though it's supposed to take place in Japan, there's like all sorts of historical inaccuracies. Swords being carried and holstered the wrong way. The architecture being more Chinese in a lot of cases than Japanese. Interesting. There's a horse here? We obviously couldn't keep a living horse here on standby indefinitely, so I think it's a kind of golem. Oh right, those things that Kabbalists' casters always making. The Revenge Realm used demonic beasts to pull their carriages. I hope I'll get a chance to ride one of those too, at some point. Oh, you've got spare weapons here, huh? Mind if I take one? They're more for decoration than defense, since they're only meant to be used in an emergency. Yasuke? I don't know who that is. I don't know, I don't play any of Ubisoft's crap. I haven't since, Rayman. The 2D, the newer 2D Raymans, which were pretty fun. But if you're alright with that, then by all means. Besides, nobody else is going to use them. Yeah, that tracks. Oh, you've got protective mystic codes, too. I don't suppose I could also... You know, on second thought, never mind. How come? Because I don't want my caller reacting to it and going off. Oh, right. Could probably get permission. So they got the Western wine. Oh, so they've got Western wine, but no Shaoxing wine here, huh? And no beer either. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Oh well, once we're done with this mission, I'll just put in a request with the secretary. Alright, we better get going. I'll be the coachman. The rest of you can just sit back and enjoy the ride. Loo! An African slave that was brought to Japan and made a samurai by Nobunaga Oda. Ah. Oh, right. Right. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. That's pretty cool. Be warned, I'll be driving pretty fast, so it may get bumpy. Ready? Yeah! Damn it, why are we back to 4:3 aspect ratio? What the fuck, game? Are they that lazy that they just didn't upscale this shit? Well, no, the game's always had this aspect ratio. The wider one. We're here. Come on. We'll walk the rest of the way on foot. You can come down from the carriage now. Oh, I guess it was supposed to emulate that we're inside the carriage. That's really silly. Never mind. Yeah, of course they'd pick the one black guy to represent Japan. I mean, you could argue that that's some kind of DEI initiative, but at least in this case it's historically accurate. I think I'm gonna be sick. Same. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was going so fast. Good thing I turned into my spirit form. I don't want to think about what would have happened if I hadn't. Good thing we don't have Yuffie here. I'm surprised you guys didn't do the same. You're really cautious sorts, aren't you? I'm sorry to ask, but have you got any meds for motion sickness? Yeah, I do. Here. Thanks. Honestly, I feel a little sick myself just watching through the monitor. Okay, now that we're all settled in, there's a stronghold up ahead that the Revenge Realm meant to use as a bridgehead for invading the Righteous Realm. Luckily, the Righteous Realm just barely managed to eke out a win, forcing the Revenge Realm servants to retreat from this region. Unfortunately, we suffered a lot of casualties in the process, so we couldn't lay claim to the fort itself. We can't just abandon it out here, but we also don't want to do anything to draw attention to ourselves. So we decided to start storing supplies here in secret, but made sure we let it look abandoned, even as we bolster its defenses. But since it's abandoned, demonic beasts have taken up residence, of course. So the first thing we need to do is destroy them. Once we're done with that, supply crews will come to stock the place, so we just need to concentrate on ridding these demonic beasts. And let's go take care of these beasts now. By the way, there aren't any demonic boars among them, are there? Imagine if you handed them weed instead of medicine in that cutscene. Does weed have any effect on motion sickness? Can't guarantee they aren't. Why? Got something against them, Diarmid? Well, one killed me, so... May you rest in peace. He's not dead yet, though. He's not dead yet! Actually, I was already. Yeah, right. How is that funny to him? I'll put up a bounded field around the stronghold to make sure no demonic beasts escape. From there, well, you know, I'll figure something out. I'm not hearing a lot of planning in this plan. Hey, if anything, you should be admiring me for my flexibility. Well, here goes nothing. Let's begin. I wouldn't mind seeing how flexible she is. Well, time for this knight to beat a hasty retreat. Already? Apologies, a bad joke. I really am conceptually weak against demon boars, though. Then we'll handle them. He bravely ran away, oh brave Sir Diarmid. Thank you, everyone. We got Bazoikas. Zoikity Zoikas. I wonder if any of my people have a Koyanskaya of Light. None of my friends seem to do that. That's Koyanskaya of Darkness, isn't it? Yeah. I don't remember which Koyanskaya I have, if I have one at all. Oh, she's an assassin? Thank you. Oh, there she is. Well, someone's got one. We can try that out and see just how it works. But, do I even have a Koyanskaya? I thought I did, but I may not have. She might have been very evasive. Anyway, here's a list of my servants that are maxed out. So, I guess you got that. I mean, they don't all have skills at max, but max ascension, yes. I don't think I have any Koyanskaya. Interesting. It's unfortunate. I'm gonna assume that this person who's level 100 their Koyanskaya will have done that. You can tell Diarmid that he has the right weapons to fight them now than he does. Oh, yeah. Okay, so let's look at these skills that you say are really good. Increases own MP gauge, reduce skill cooldown to 2 for a single ally. HP decrease, so that's not what's doing it. Apply human special attack and special attack against enemies of human attribute. Well, that's not what we got here. Increase state of MP gauge for yourself. No, that doesn't help. And increase Buster Card effectiveness, increase Buster Card's critical strength, and increase Buster Card's C-Star gather rate. So it's just like triple super... $10.55 on that Koyan. Well, whatever. Wait, skill CD reduction? Where do we see that? Oh, reduce skill cooldown. Yeah. Well, that's always useful, but I'm saying that's not the thing that makes her special with that. It'd be better if I brought Merlin. Oh, no, damn it! I hate when they make me do that. Ah, son of a bitch. Because I'm just tapping the screen, and of course, Koyanskaya was in the center. Whatever, we'll get to see both of their NPs, I suppose. whatever. I'll put this on.
そのように失礼こちらの話です
Oh, if the servant... Oh, who has a cooldown that small, though? That's pretty hardcore. Oh, I see. If you have 2 Koyanskayas, you can... Damn. Yeah, interesting. Bump, bump, bump.
ジャッジなんてまあ大変来たる
Use Morgan's skill? I thought I...
皆様どうぞご覧くださいこのた
Does
く
it
ま
do
しい
NP
砲と
strength? I
重
didn't see
厚なボ
anything
ディ
like that.
浴びせるようなミサイルの雨お分かりになりましたねあなたたちなど私の敵ではないことが
Sup, Carefree? How you doing?
神戸を垂れよ恐怖を希望もなく何人通るにあたわず目障りですね
So what skill are you telling me to... Her guts skill does what? Apply guts, increase C-star gather rate. Oh, increase critical strength. Well, that would have helped. Oh, it gives her a star. Well, I didn't know I had a lot of stars built up. Weird. What did you miss in the story since the stream started? Not a lot. We've just been doing missions as part of the new squad for the Righteous Realm. Like, literally, that's all that's happened so far, thankfully. That's the last of the hostiles. No other readings detected nearby. Great job, Master. All done. Thank you for fighting those boars in my stead. I truly appreciate it. They did Vikings, and, you know, Japan has ninja, so stealth is, like, literally part of it. Yep, we're doing field work for Don Quixote. The English version made her... Well, yeah, I guess you could argue that it's implied that they were riding ass as opposed to riding, but based on the character's reactions, you know it was meant to be lewd, even if they were just saying riding, so at least it was still within context there. I'm not too worried about that. And yeah, it is funnier saying riding ass. People's thoughts on the anime of this season. I'm really enjoying Dungeon Meshi, even though that's a continuation. Demon Slayer just started up its new season, which is weird. It's like in the middle of the season. I'm enjoying that. Konosuba is pretty damn funny. It delivers as always. I've been watching Sound Euphonium. That one's good just because KyoAni is gorgeous, but that show is always just really weird to me. Maybe because I just don't understand why everyone's so obsessed with band and their little high school club. My high school was never that devoted to anything, to be honest. But, or at least I wasn't in high school, so it's harder, but it's interesting to watch. What else is there going on right now? Mushoku Tensei, that's good. That's good. It happened last stream, Haggis. You wouldn't know. There was a joke about Don Quixote riding... What's her name's ass? His horse's ass. And it sounded lewd when they didn't mean it that way, and it was kind of funny. Thank you for fighting those boars in my stead. I truly appreciate it. What about the stronghold? Sancho, thank you. If we're talking about riding ass, then I can't help but thinking of Kancho. You know, where you jam the fingers up the anus? Ugh. Did Sancho get Kancho? Yeah, Ruby Ice Queendom is not new. Oh, we're finally there. Luckily, it looks like the supply crew just arrived. Here you go. Thanks. Sign this and you can officially take over. I mean, my goal has been to watch a lot more retro anime. I love me some retros. I'm trying to discover all the OVAs and things I missed out on. A lot of which that may never have even come out in the US. Done. Alright, we'll let you guys handle it from here. Understood. I'm glad we're taking our time on the ride back. More importantly, would this seem to bring our first mission to a this would seem to bring our first mission to a successful conclusion. Feels like a pretty roundabout way to accomplish our goal. My issue is almost always the damn QP. I run out of that so fast. That or the gold servant ascension items. I wonder if there's a faster way to obtain those. Other than just, I don't know, is Chaldea Gate still the best way to do that? Feels like a pretty roundabout way to accomplish our goal, because they don't let you buy the gold versions through events. If they did, I would have done that ages ago. But I guess this is what we have to do in a weird singularity like this. Artoria, easily. Looks like we're in it for the long haul, yeah. You like X-Men 97? Indeed, although in that case, can't say that's something that really interests me specifically. There's one person I'm concerned about leaving in his current state. You mean Count Vlad? Precisely. According to what I've heard from Chaldea, both his spirit origin and contract remain intact. I suspect he's still right where we left him. Well, you're right. I think I might take Arcoade over Titty Toria. I suspect he's still right where we left him. We should at least collect his body and bring him somewhere safer. Why don't we talk to Charles the Great about it? Good idea. It would be prudent to ask his assistance. I'm not dead yet! I feel fine! We're almost to the safe house. From there, we'll be hoofing it again. Why did you find it weird that people are obsessed with ban? Ban? Oh, band. Like concert band and stuff like that. I don't know. In that anime, it's a high school club. Yet, it's literally, they devote every ounce of every bit of their day to it. It's a very weird culture. And I just don't see... To me, it's very not how I would approach that, especially at that age. So, it was weird. Especially how a lot of concert band members also were roped into having to do marching band. I also dated a girl who was in band through most of her, pretty much all high school. And that was weird, because just spending time with her meant having to sit through all the band crap, because she never had that kind of free time otherwise. Bocchi the Rock, I did watch that one, at least the only season that's around so far. It's pretty cute. Japan really likes this idea of chicks who can play guitar, and I can appreciate that. Almost in unison, the two mages let out a sigh of bone-deep weariness. I mean, it's a slice of life for the most part. I found it really weird how people get obsessed with Bocchi the Rock, becoming like, oh, I can so relate to her, she's so socially awkward, and that's me. It's kind of like Gen Z's obsession with mental disabilities as, like, their personality traits. Like, they don't think about, like, going to the doctor and fixing that shit. They're just like, oh yeah, that's so me. Yo. Yeah, I got depression. Yeah, it's me. Don Quixote's gonna depart. Depart for where? Girl failure characters. Yeah. I mean, it can be fine. Have you seen this Twitter trend of people editing characters into Jimmy Fallon? Oh, yeah. Yep. Actually, I took a screenshot of yours for a meme video, if you don't mind. It's no good with just the picture itself, but also the caption is important, hence the screenshot. There's nothing wrong with it. I would say it's a bit of culture shock to me, though. Not even culture shock, because it did happen in America with me, and like I said, my girlfriend and stuff. I guess it's just, it's emotionally stimulating because it's not something that I naturally agree with. It's very weird. That doesn't make it a bad thing. I'm watching the show because it's gorgeous. It's just like, damn, you guys take this shit really fucking serious. Especially because a lot of them are not going to continue with music once they go to college and stuff like that. Some of them are, some won't. That concludes my report, sir. Sir? Can you find out whether there are any such towers near the Righteous Realm? The capital is too well protected to infiltrate, but yes, we can still survey its periphery. Then do so at once. I'm curious to know more. Ippon? What sport is that? Caster, can you investigate this tower more thoroughly? You can have more personnel if you need them. It will be done. Is there something important in this tower? At the moment, all three realms are more or less evenly matched. The Revenge Realm consistently goes on the offensive. Our Reinstatement Realm fends them off. And the Righteous Realm watches from the sidelines, keeping both sides in check. Now, both I and my military advisors believe the Revenge Realm is about to undertake a large-scale invasion very soon. If they're going to succeed, they'll need some way of ensuring their victory. Who stole his shoulders? They can't take their time to wage war because the Righteous Realm is bound to interfere. Which brings us to this tower. It only makes sense to assume there's something more to it. Then, if there do turn out to be other such towers, investigating one is enough. If you find any other towers, feel free to destroy them. Understood. Alright, that concludes today's War Council. Now, Pope Johanna will perform a memorial for those we've lost. While I regrettably won't have time to do so myself, I urge those of you who do have the time to attend. Of course, my liege. Thank you. And may everyone we lost rest in peace. Yay! That's it for today's prayer. Thank you all for coming. What? Come on, Bradamante, let's go. Yay! She is here, but she's on the wrong fucking side. What the hell, bro? Go join your cousin. Go join your cousins. Do it. Do it. Yes, Your Holiness, I'd be honored to accompany you. Damn you, Bradamante! I really liked the service today. Oh, any particular reason? It just made it feel like there weren't too many casualties. That's true. But as no lives are more valuable than others, neither are fewer lives lost more acceptable than many. I mean, yeah, it is. Yes, Your Holiness, I'm sorry. To die is a sad thing, though that may be cold comfort from me, since they're dying on my behalf. You're right. Death is a sad thing, but that doesn't mean we regret our choices. We're proud to die if it helps our rebellion against proper human history, strange as that may sound. Are you certain of that? About what? I'm told Charles the Great leads the righteous realm. Was he not your king when you were alive? Yes, he was, but I made my choice to support the reinstatement realm over the righteous realm. I really felt like yours was the right cause, Your Holiness. Of course, I know some servants here still mistrust me because of my past associations, but... It's all right. I believe that you speak with conviction. What's so special about Bradamante? She was one of the 12 paladins of Charlemagne, and she is not on Charlemagne's side for this war. That and she's hot as fuck, so you know where my priorities are. Say, would you like to have a meal with me? A meal? That's right. I know servants don't need to eat, of course, but a good meal still does wonders to lift morale. So I've been asking His Imperial Majesty to have servants that feel at home in the kitchen start making meals. I see. Even if you don't feel hunger, I'm sure you still like good food, don't you? Oh yes, of course I do. Although, may I ask which kind of cuisine it is? That I don't know. But I've never heard anyone complain, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Yes, more servants done by Xenoblade artist. I don't know the character artist either, but I do love the art. Although I do like my Takeuchi-style servants. I can't complain. Okay, let's go eat. Meanwhile, it's a shame about Salome. It hurts to lose her. You think? I will say I was surprised that she never did cut off the Chaldean's head. But I always thought it was only a matter of time until she did something like that. Didn't you feel the same? I did, but she still chose a very inconvenient time to go rogue. Yes, that's true. But it's still nothing compared to you-know-what. Well, looking at the bright side of this turn of events, Chaldea has drawn the gaze of the reinstatement realm. Even if they know about the towers now, they still have no way of determining their true purpose. That still leaves the final adjustments, though. We still can't use him as a servant, right? I'm afraid his social withdrawal protections are just too strong. What, a giant introvert? Is that what's going on? Maybe there was some kind of error in his summoning, or maybe that's just how he's always been. It hardly matters. If anything, this works to our advantage. Yeah, that's true. She's actually a woman in lore. Indeed, indeed. Although, why the sudden change of heart? We know that Chaldea is here, right? And we know they've taken shelter in the Righteous Realm. Well, Creamhealed is also a legit woman, which is cool. Now that all the players are here, the only thing left to do with this war is to win and put an end to it. So you're saying we're headed towards total annihilation. Fine with me. It doesn't matter if you or I meet our ends here. This is what it means to rebel against proper human history, am I wrong? Oh, you certainly aren't, but are you truly sure about this, my queen? About what? The way I see it, if we keep going down this route, your true wish will never be granted, no? What is your true wish? Ugh, if anyone else had been in the room at this time, they would have been certain their lives were forfeit. Such was the sheer, all-consuming power of the bloodlust permeating the entire place. Say that again, and I'll kill you. My apologies. What servant would you like to see in the game? I would always say what I've been saying for a long time. dai-chan would be nice. I certainly don't need any more bloodlust like that directed at me. An old man like myself can only take so much. Ugh, God, excuse me. Alright, I'm off to work on the final adjustments. I'm afraid I may not be able to speak to you again for a while. Oh, really? That's the best news I've heard all day. Ah, you wound me, my queen. Ha ha. My wish? My wish, of course. My wish? Of course I have a wish. My husband, someone's hero, a deceitful man. I wish I could have shown him how this is all on his shoulders. Woman, child, an elder, his closest friend, a complete stranger. I didn't care who. All I wanted was to throw someone's intestines in his stupid face. Jesus! I wanted to ruin everything he protected, everything he cared for. Why, because he died for it, probably? It's like you're angry at him that his devotion to his cause is what led him to his doom, and you probably just wanted him to be with you. That's my guess. You want Cao Cao in the game? What does NP mean? Noble Phantasm. Everything he had that left no room for me. Aw, yep, that's it. She jelly. She jelly. If he saved 100 lives, I wanted to take 1,000. Though, of course, that would never be enough to hurt him. Not when his heart was hard and radiant as a diamond. His magnanimity? Yes, as boundless and deep as the sea. From my perspective, he was just another rude, insensitive man. I suppose that's what happens when you try to see the good in someone. I wanted to see him one last time. I wanted to tell him that everything he did was for naught. But that wish is unlikely to come true. If he were summoned here, regardless of the realm, he would most likely rebel against proper human history. Who's Diao-chan? Yes, she is the wife of Lu Bu, and the assassin of Dong Zhuo, whom Lu Bu rebelled against. She's one of them, like, not a matriarch, but one of those chicks who very much altered the political sphere of things through her beauty alone and everyone wanting to please her. And so she killed this guy and, Yep. That and she was hot as hell in Dynasty Warriors. Even were he to join the reinstatement or righteous realm, he would be ultimately on the same side as me. I don't want that, at all. I want to oppose him. He must be my enemy before I kill him. So Caldea's arrival got my hopes up. I mean, I can understand. She feels jealous. It's like, even if your lover were a great hero and that's something to be proud of, they're constantly going off to war and getting killed or nearly getting killed and taking all that time away from you. And in the end, he was more or less betrayed by the very people he was trying to help, because he became a kind of a fall guy due to political bullshit. So Caldea's arrival got my hopes up, but unfortunately I'm told that her group did not bring him with them. So now my only hope is the slim chance that he may still be summoned to fight on proper human history side. And this is just another transient dream, so I'll just have to stick to the plan and keep doing what I must. I have to say, though, I'm really not the type to fight hard for a master. This prayer had weight. This wish had a sincere ring to it. Yes, it was sincere and powerful enough that I didn't think twice about aiding the rebellion against proper human history. Even though we don't understand what sort of master I'm working for. The righteousness of this wish is what drives us. Good day, Queen of Revenge. Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? I'm here only to deliver some encouragement. Nothing more, nothing less. My goal is to see one of these 3 realms obtain all the Holy Grails. I don't care which one it is. I just want you all to give it your best effort. There's one thing I want to ask you. And what's that? Is that what Master wants, too? That's a difficult question. This is our responsibility coming to bear. There's a reason all of you are fighting and destroying one another. There is one being here who must not win, but that's of no concern to you. I see. Would you like to know who it is? No need. I just couldn't think of anything else to say to an intruder who appeared unbidden in my stronghold. Your answer doesn't matter to me. It seems I'm not very welcome here. Have you any information on either the Righteous or Reinstatement realm for me? I'm afraid sharing such things wouldn't be fair. Then you are, if possible, even more useless. If you insist on following me around any further, I'll see to it that all 3 realms know you for a stalker. Well, I certainly would prefer to avoid that. Starship Troopers? Yeah, I like that movie. It used to scare the shit out of me as a little kid. Namely, the brain-sucking bug. Yeah, that thing was gross. Yeah, I think I had nightmares of that as a little kid. And it's still really gross now, but I think of it as ingenious, creepy design. You're right, her sass does make her hot. Steel, are you sure there isn't a question you want to ask me? Say, about the absence of a certain servant? Can't bring yourself to ask about him, huh? Pity. Very well, then, I shall take my leave. Farewell, good for nothing. If he just wants to toy with his pieces, then he's no more than an idiot. If you haven't seen the movie Starship Troopers, then you wouldn't know. It's a weird brain bug that... It's like the... It's somewhere higher up, or in the hierarchy of these aliens that are attacking in Starship Troopers. And it gains intelligence by, like, eating humans' brains. Helldivers? Does it have creepy bugs like that, too? If he just wants to toy with his pieces, then he's no more than an idiot. If he wants to maneuver himself around the board, then he's no more than a participant. So he's chosen to come down to the board, even though he's qualified to run the whole game. Catch you later, Kermit. In one sense, I suppose there's a certain kind of integrity to that. But in another, it makes me think he's the most dim-witted mathematician to ever live. What's with the realm names? Well, we know hers is about revenge, because she's just all pissed off and wants to get revenge on humanity, more or less, for making Siegfried feel inclined to constantly put himself at odds in order to save people. Kriemhild has a nice creamy smile. Yes. I see. So you want to save your companion, Vlad III? Oh, Count Vlad, the great hero of Romania. Don't forget that he's also known as Vlad the Impaler. Maybe he can be reasoned with. Don't worry, he's a very calm king. Oh, a very calm king, you say? Huh. No, sir, you can't trade places now. They'd notice the difference in your auras immediately. Yeah, I guess you're right. At any rate, we certainly can't leave him like that. The fact is, the Righteous Realm needs all the strength it can get right now, all the more so with wisdom and intelligence. I see. So you require someone with a great deal of military expertise. We do. I am educated in many fields. So far, I've been able to keep us locked in a stalemate. But I can take us no further. I can't see a path to victory for us. Did you miss anything? Not a lot. We've been performing favors for Don Quixote's Righteousness Realm. Helldivers 2 has a lot of crap going on right now. Yeah, I knew that. About Kusoni. But didn't they peel back that decision, and it was a victory for us? So then the best course of action we have is to save Vlad III, and if possible, to treat him. Would you mind letting us handle this? So what you're saying is that you have a healing and or restorative noble phantasm strong enough to return Vlad to the fighting form. Am I correct? I can't promise it will work flawlessly. To be perfectly honest, it will be a gamble. A gamble? You know gambling is bad, Sancho. We don't have a choice. I have to agree. There are any number of mages who have ruined themselves by taking major risks. Really, there are? Oh, right. I suppose you wouldn't know since you grew up sheltered in Chaldea. As a rule, my girl, mages are arrogant creatures who think they can bend all of creation to their will. The majority think that way. It gets worse the more talented they are. I see. I suppose that makes sense since magecraft can do what would otherwise be impossible. You've been volunteering at the Oregon Donkey Sanctuary, and it's honestly a wonderful place, and what you've learned, donkeys are basically just big dogs, and they're very sweet. Well, that sounds nice. I love animals. Kusoni still delisted it from purchases. That's really messed up. I wonder what is with Japan and its music anime? What do you mean? What about it? I mean, we've got idol shows, we've got shows about people performing more classical music. I mean, anime does a lot of that. They pick like a niche hobby or something like that and just make an entire anime about it. Just like waifuify the whole thing. Whether it's like going out and camping or climbing rocks or any given sport. That kind of stuff. And since they think there's nothing they can't do, they get carried away and think they'll come out ahead every time they take a chance. Their magecraft lets them see others cheating and helps them notice patterns and trends. So if they figure they can use that advantage to cheat and win at just about everything. Basically, there's no scenario in which I don't come out on top here. That tends to be how they start thinking. But it's called a gamble for a reason, right? That's right. In a fair and impartial game of chance, a mage has the same chance of winning as they do of losing. Part of me thinks it's one way to get all of the otaku interested in, like, actual hobbies. Like school clubs and things like that, instead of just hanging around playing video games all day. Or whatever, they want those teenagers to go out and join clubs and learn things. So they encourage you to do it by getting a bunch of cute anime girls to do it, and then you're like, oh yeah, that is kind of cool. And I can't deny that that works, in the same way that putting Uzaki-chan on a blood drive would get a bunch of otaku to be like, huh, I wasn't gonna give blood, but I might as well now that I get Uzaki-chan stuff. That's cool. I remember back in the day, I was a bit young to give a shit about music too much. At least, music bands and stuff. But I liked NSYNC almost exclusively because they did some kind of promo with Pokemon. On the topic of otaku anime, have you watched Welcome to the NHK yet? Do you recommend it? It's kind of enlightening. It's a very smart show. It's a very smart show. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I wish the animation were better, but the story is pretty much spot on. It goes through a whirlwind of different attempts to do literally anything but go get a fucking normal job, which is what he's afraid of doing from the beginning, and eventually settles down into just frickin' having to do it. And everything that comes along with that is pretty interesting. Like falling for a pyramid scheme, among other stuff. If otakus had anime girls to literally tell them directly to work out and go outside as well as to keep it up, you think that might work? You'd die running if Artoria told me to go running? Gushing over magical girls, you hear a guy called people that like it better. Well, yeah, people are dumb. People are stupid. As far as I've been told, though, on Sentai Filmworks' streaming service, which I think is High Dive, right? They aired the entire thing uncensored, which is pretty crazy, right? I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. But yeah, what is that one anime? How heavy are the dumbbells you lift? Dumbbell wa nano kilometro. I just butchered that like crazy. But that was a good show. I don't know what you're talking about, Haggis. What is spot on? Again, context. I talk so fast. I need to... Yeah. In a fair and impartial game of chance, a mage has the same chance of winning as they do of losing. And yes, that means about half of such mages will win those gambles. But when a mage wins big, what do you think they'll do next? Bet the farm, as they say? Exactly. Strangely enough, they believe they've already won the next round as well. I don't know what I said was spot on. You really know what you're talking about here, Chubbs. Makes sense, since you gambled and lost. Oh, no I didn't. I absolutely won. That's why I'm still alive, even under these circumstances. Foe! Foe is saying, way to look on the bright side. Thank you, Furball. If we're talking about Welcome to the NHK, it nailed the issues facing hikikomori, if that's what you're referring to, Haggis. It's a very good portrayal and exploration of that social reclusiveness. That's what I'm referring to. Returning to the point after your leader, he is your leader, right? Anyway, as diverting his remarks were, I'm afraid they've also gotten us a bit sidetracked. Sorry about that. Oh no, not at all. At any rate, yes, this will be a gamble. Let's see, I'd say there's a 30% chance of the noble phantasm working as we hope. A 50% chance that it will fail and have no effect. And a 20% chance that it will go disastrously wrong and damage his spirit origin. What do you say, Lady Sarah, Master of Chaldea? I mean, he's already practically dead. The choice is yours. Are you willing to risk it? Hello, Alex Hikaru. I am. You sure about this? I mean, I know Vlad can can't make the call himself right now, but I think he could. If he could, he'd say the same thing. I see. Vlad, shit, sorry. I hate when the text gets ahead of me. Honestly, I think it's a bitter pill to swallow that is ultimately a good one. A truth bomb, as it were, that it's not necessarily making fun of the spirit of being an otaku, but it is showing how delusional some people can be when they flee from reality and try to use otaku-ish stuff as a means of escape, like complete escape. And I think it's good advice that any otaku should hear, and it does it in anime style, so you're getting more anime. I don't know how that could possibly, like, it's always weird. It's like, oh, you're an anime that mocks anime fans. It's like, well, it's not working. You're still making me like it. You're just, like, bullying me. The joke has to be on you, because I'm into that. One of those kind of things. YouTube was trying to bury my stream, huh? What do you mean you didn't get your notification? I mean, I said I was going to stream every day. Someone else was asking a question. Shit. Oh, why is Vlad almost dying? It was in the first stream. The first part of this stream. Moriarty tried to take control of him, and instead of let himself be turned into a puppet, he offed himself. But it turns out he's not quite dead yet. He's got guts or something, so we're gonna try to go back and res him. Have another ally on our team. I see you understand your servant very well. I commend your decision, Lady Sarah. Hi, Kenshin. Who's a good boy? Is he gonna sit in the window? Damn. I mean, the easiest thing you can always do is just click on my channel, and then click on live, and it'll be the first link there. But yeah, make sure you're subscribed, and maybe even, like, turn on and off the bell again. And you also have to tell it all videos instead of just certain videos. Because YouTube's like, you didn't watch that video of OtakuDaiKun's, that means you don't want to watch any of his videos anymore. Like, that happens so much to me with videos that or channels that I follow, where I take a break from, like, one fucking video, and YouTube thinks I never want to watch them again. I'm like, that is so stupid. I've always hated that part of the algorithm. Alright, sir. Were you not listening, sir? We're heading out. Out? Yes, out. We're going to destroy the restraints Vlad III placed on himself by using our noble phantasm. Oh, you mean... Valiente assalto dedicado a la princesa? No, not that one. Oh. There's no way our weak noble phantasm could destroy Count Vlad's stakes. Then, do I really have to go? That, sir. So saying your NHK is not making fun of anime or saying that otaku things are bad, it's only bad if you're obsessed? Kind of. It requires you to take a look at yourself. Do you want to be someone like Sato, the main character? Hopefully you wouldn't. I mean, even Mushoku Tensei is like that too. You know, the whole premise is that this complete shut-in, fat, reclusive son of a bitch jerking it to loli stuff gets killed and he hates himself. We don't appreciate the person he was. We acknowledge how bad it was, but the whole point of that story is him getting a new chance, a better life, under newer circumstances. Ever wake up with a sick stomach? Yeah. That, sir? Yes? Is a secret. That is a secret. Got some Zelos and Slayers there. Himitsu desu. Sancho! She's got a real impish side to her, doesn't she? Are you alright, Kadok? Do you have a headache? Oh, no, I'm fine. I hate myself sometimes. Damn it, Kadok. Stop wasting your mental energy on things you can't change already. You've got to stay cool, calm, and collected. Just think about what you can actually do. That's the best possible thing you can do for yourself right now. That aside, Holmes isn't any different, is he? I thought I was doing a good job of acting normal and not looking at him unless I had to, but... Damn it, it's no use. I've got to save the thinking for when he's not around, like usual. To be fair, okay, well here's the thing. In Mushoku Tensei, to my understanding, and I didn't read the source material, but I have watched the anime, he was jerking it to footage of, like, one of his actual family members, who is an underage girl. So it was, like, in his universe, actual CP, and not just, like, a cartoon or whatever. And, he was also doing it while skipping his parents' funeral, which is fucked up. You know what I mean? So if he was just some normal guy who wasn't, like, obsessed and locked in his room all day without a job or doing anything else, and he just happened to, like, beat it off to, like, Prisma Ilia or something, that's one thing. Like, you can have too much of a good thing as well. Anything can be bad. Oh yeah, no, Mushoku Tensei is awesome. You have to be able to, like, realize that, yeah, he had a shitty existence. He hates himself just as much as you hate him. He really does. But a lot of what drove him to be that way was really shitty life circumstances that he is able to rectify as time goes on. In fact, there's a recent arc in the newest season where his reborn sister, as it was, because he's in a new world now, living a new life, his little sister there is starting to do some pretty reclusive shit, and he sees that and he wants to help her out. Having too much of a good thing is bad? Yeah. Even drinking water can kill you if you chug enough of it. Yes, Portuguese and Espanol have a lot of similarities. I mean, that's what an addiction is. Even though you like something, if you can't pull yourself away even when you want to, then it's a bad thing, right? You need to be able to choose the things you enjoy and not be controlled by them. You're not the biggest isekai fan, but you... Yeah, I don't like isekai. I don't, as a genre. But, I mean, it's inevitable because so many new anime are isekai that a lot of them are bound to have really cool stuff in them. It's just that I like them in spite of being an isekai, rather than because they're an isekai. Prisma Ilia hentai? I mean, it's not official, but I bet there's stuff out there. I don't know. I mean, I do know it's out there, like, when I'm browsing a website or something, and then I highlight over it, I'm like, oh, that's Prisma Ilia. Like, and hentai or something, you're like, yep, the lolicon tag. I know it's out there, I'm not gonna look at it, I'm not gonna be excited. But sometimes you have to dig through that crap to get to the stuff you do want, because it's just not that well organized. The risks are just too great. I shouldn't even think about trying to figure out what the world's greatest detective might be. Yeah! It's cold! Kaduk. Sorry, I just suddenly got chills? It felt like someone was pouring ice down my back. Ice, you say? Maybe it's a caster's curse or something. Ah! Ow, 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 ow! Do I know if the manga's finished? I don't know. What's wrong, Lord Kaduk? You okay? You eat something funny? You know, when I was still alive, I once ate a lizard and told everyone it was dragon meat. Oh yes, that was a good one. A shame it didn't make it into the story. I guess Cervantes didn't want to include any weird food stories. If you stay in your room most of the time, but it's not because you're scared, it's just because you're having a hard time getting a job and I'm scared of leaving home. I mean, that is pretty much the biggest trouble, right? Like, having a life outside of your home, the main reason you would need to do it is to get paid, right? You need a job to afford your housing. It's considered if you don't get a job, but what if you get a job at home? Or, like you said, what if the job market is total trash? It's not at all surprising, especially for people getting out of high school or college, to feel really discouraged and not getting the jobs that they wanted, being rejected by almost everything they apply to for months on end. And it's like, what are you supposed to do? Especially when you've applied to a bunch and you just have to wait and see what happens. How do you stay productive during that time? How do you make something of yourself? And, you know, we also had the pandemic, which had everybody staying indoors, which was really weird. You know, people being like, why would I go out and get a job for minimum wage if I'm just gonna get sick and die? Like, hell no. You know, so that has been another problem for reclusiveness as well. There's nothing inherently wrong with being at your home. But feeling like you have to stay in home, that's a problem. Like, if you want to go out and get something right now, if you truly wanted to, you should be able to do it. Worst part of job apps is you never know the status of it. Don't know if it's taking time or got rejected immediately sometimes. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Like, what I hated is those personality tests. They put you in different scenarios and you say strongly agree or strongly disagree with doing certain things. And, that's always tricky, because what they want you to do is, I think most normal people would choose something in the middle, you know? Something in the center. But more often than not, these stupid tests want you to be on the extremes. Usually in the side of being a total company simp above all else, being very self-deprecating. Be like, if that's what the company wants, I'm gonna do it loyally, like, without question. And, if you don't answer those things, there's like automated systems that just throw out your stupid application before anyone even gets to look at it. It's so fucked up. Would you buy a figure of Jinako? No. I don't find her hot. That's my main reason. Dawson, what's your thing? How far do I... Rule of 34, Ilya. That, and some people made Ilya hentai. Well, yeah, of course. It's all fan-made. No, it's not that. I'm good with food. Then what is it? If you're a white man? I mean, that's harder to tell, you know? That's really hard to tell if that's the case. At least from the outside. But maybe when you're on the inside, you'd find out. Yeah. The original Jinako, maybe the FGO one. Not really a priority. Wait. Either Jinako, as far as I'm concerned. Well, another person's crap is another person's treasure. When did I say anything was crap? Just let it go, okay? It's nothing, I'm fine. Well, I'm not even talking about mediocre stuff. I'm saying that if you are just not interested in loli, sometimes you have to dig through loli pictures in a gallery to get to the stuff that's not loli. I mean, I know you could just, like, minus tag it, but sometimes tags aren't the most accurate or up-to-date, and so putting more tags in just limits what you could find. You're a homebody, love being in your home? Yeah. I mean, I'm mostly at home all day now. I'm a YouTuber, so I guess that makes sense. But I do like going out. Perhaps we'd better leave well enough alone then. Wouldn't want our teasing to come back to bite us. Now then, Miss Sarah. So yeah, I guess he is being cursed by Anastasia in a silly way. Working from home is awesome. I mean, it requires discipline. Absolute discipline. Because the urge to just not be productive is also very strong. And your quality of work could go down unless you're the kind of person who has the integrity. I find that I sometimes tend to work longer than I would had I had to go into an actual job to do it. Anastasia putting ice in Cadix back. You like going out? Remove otaku from your name right now. That's not true. That's not true. Yep, you have to keep your work and your non-work separate pretty well. Which is weird for me, though, because my favorite stuff is so ingrained. Like, I play Stellar Blade, I enjoy Stellar Blade, then I grab all the footage from Stellar Blade and I have to buckle down editing it. But then I go back to playing Stellar Blade just for the fun of it after that. It's really hard when you work with something that you love to not get sick of it because it's now your job. Which is why I don't necessarily stream every game that comes out. But yeah. Now then, Miss Sarah. I can say, though, I feel inclined to play a lot more games on PlayStation 5 because of the recording feature on it, which allows me to just play it more casually or even decide later if I want to grab a certain segment of gameplay. And that'll make videos a lot easier to make because I don't have to be, like, dedicated sitting in my room in my office playing a game, you know? I take it you've made up your mind. Have you noticed how a lot of anime adaptations of Western properties tend to be very short? The only exception being the Powerpuff Girls one, I think. I would need more examples of Western adaptations. I guess there was, like, the Supernatural anime, which was weird. Do people ever say the stupid thing about saying streaming not being a job? I don't really get that a lot. More often than not, I get people being like, dude, that's cool, I wish I could do that. Yeah, I read your thing, Dawson. Your money's good right now, so you don't feel inclined to go out as often. Then we should leave right away. But what will you do about your throne? And I also agree that people... commuting is a huge problem. So many people out and about on the road just to get to and from their jobs every single day is just such a grind. How much of your life do you waste sitting in your car doing shit like that? I didn't know there was a Marvel anime series. The TV show Supernatural had an anime adaptation of, like, the first 2 seasons or so, I think it was. It was not the best. It had something... It started out okay, but it was weird. I guess you could say that about the entirety of Supernatural itself, though. Went on way the fuck too long. But what will you do about your throne? We can't exactly declare that Charles the Great is going on an expedition and leaving his castle undefended. It's the thing that scares me, making gaming or anime into a job to ruin it for me. I mean, I'm not afraid. I'll take over while you're gone. We'll be fine. I mean, it's not that I'm worried, but Roland will probably do a better job than me, at least. There's something lovely about improvising when you're low on personnel. Feels like we're sticking a finger in a dike here. I bet you'd want to stick a finger in a dike. Of all the ways he could have worded that. What the hell? Sneak is not dialogue. It's not a sound. Sneak, 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 sneak. That's what I'm gonna do next time I have to, like, avoid somebody. Sneak, 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 sneak. Sneak, 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 sneak. What is a dike? Isn't a dike like a channel of water, and you're trying to plug the hole so it doesn't flood? You know what I'm saying? But, it's also... Isn't it a slur for, like, a lesbian or something? I'm pretty sure. It's nice to see how cool Roland is with Don Quixote pretending to be his lord. Yeah. Okay, we made it out. I gotta say, I don't love how easy it was for us to get past our own realm's security. I'm getting nervous about this too. Are we sure nobody else knows the truth? Don't worry. Well, it is with a Y. You're correct. If you take away the spelling, though, and just talk about audio, then you can make that joke. If and when they find out, we'll just have to end the charade. How very stout-hearted of you. Oh, believe me, it takes the very stoutest of hearts to accompany my sir on his adventures. Whoops, wrong person. Damn it. It must feel grinding to make lots of Fate videos. It must be hard to expand into other anime. Yeah, I guess. Can't have the great story of Don Quixote without Don Quixote and, of course, the trusty Sancho, you know. Okay then, let's get going, sir. Sneak, 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 sneak. That's like a tongue twister. Sneak, 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 sneak. I'm exhausted. Well, you do have pretty short legs. Want some water? That and you're in armor. Here, sir. Have some fruit-infused water. Thank you, Sancho. I'm sorry to interrupt your break, but I'm detecting hostiles nearby. Of course. Did you hear that, sir? We have enemies here. Oh ho, enemies, huh? Good thing that water put me right as rain, then. Okay, Master of Chaldea. Time for you to see just how I became the legendary Don Quixote de la Mancha. Come, Sancho. Yes, sir. Let's give this a good go, shall we? Does that mean I have to use him? It's funny. Alexander the Great was described as short, but Fate's version is huge. Don Quixote is described as tall, now he's really short. Fate's just weird, you know. -8? I don't know enough about it at all. I don't know what that is, actually. Appreciate the supporting members service. Oh, you gotta make me redo my whole freaking party just for that. Ay. Okay, well. In fact, speaking of Bradamante, I want to bring her along. I'm assuming we have multiple enemies. Pacha! And where's my Skadi? I know she's around. Aha! Short legs and armor, no wonder he gets tired fast, yes. He does look like a dwarf. I get Gimli vibes from him. Oh wait, NP lost. Fine. Fine, if that's how it's gonna be.
光よ集え気力十分
こういうこともできる。
Oh. Interesting. I mean, I like NSFW artwork, but I don't know that particular one. Okay, that's to himself, so... Alright, Bradamante.
モンジョーはいダコール光よ螺旋となりて全力
Mass Booting! And that's how you do it. He made the Baby Mario video? Baby Mario?
熱を帯びなさいマルミアドワーズ
I am not aware of this video. It sounds kind of sketch. Because Mario is creepy. I don't watch porn of Mario, and I certainly don't want to watch a kid version of that same thing. That would be weird as fuck. The ass blaster. So your last message, Angelus. Do you recommend pulling for Bradamante? You think she's good? I mean, there aren't a lot of, like, AoE Lancers. But I'll admit my primary motive is because she's attractive. But she's not bad either. So, I got no problems.
圧倒しますお任せください輝き
I like Bradamante's outfit here. The outfit the other version wearing isn't as sexy. Well, yeah. Why do you think I'd have her dressed like this? Culture! Lancer has a few welfare AoE noble fans left. No. I mean, I've been around for the events. Canis is also AoE, isn't she? I don't know which one's better. Victory is ours! Well now, I'm genuinely surprised at how strong you have proven yourself to be. Hey, depending on who you ask, Don Quixote is more famous than King Arthur. True, but that alone can't explain his strength. The story of Don Quixote is replete with tales of his exploits. But each focuses on his very human limitations. For example, when he charged at those windmills, he believed to be giants. Both he and the Rocinante found themselves sent flying for their troubles. Hey now, I won some of the time. My apologies, as they say you did indeed win some and lose some. But regardless, the story never once depicts him surpassing his human limits. So then, does that mean his strength comes from being a king of a realm? That's exactly it, yes. You might be thinking that, at long last, my sir's true power as a knight has been awakened. But no, he's just enjoying the benefits that come from being a king. More specifically, the Holy Grail's support. That's one hell of a benefits package. Man, this is a lot this is a lot stronger than I was expecting. I guess this means the other realm's kings must be really damn strong too, especially with the Holy Grail backing them up. They are indeed. This power can transform an ordinary soldier into a warrior of being sent to Valhalla, or a true warrior into a hero. So if an existing hero were to obtain this power, there's no telling what might happen. And the other realm's kings are Kriemhild and Constantinos XI. Kriemhild is legendary for her vengeful nature. We can assume her combat prowess is unrivaled. Constantinos is famed for protecting his city from a prolonged siege, while outmatched and outnumbered. He will make for a formidable opponent as well. And I'm an old farmer from the sticks who's dangerously close to the age of retirement. And a seasoned knight-errant? Can we at least agree on that? Of course, sir. I think it's wonderful that you never stop dreaming. Right? Wait, does that mean this is a dream after all? No, sir, this is all very real. We'll be there soon. Are you sure you can do this? What do you think? Can I do this? Yes, sir, you absolutely can. She says I can. They say they can. I heard. You don't have to tell me again. I don't have to tell him again. Are you sure we can count on this guy, Holmes? Oh yes, tell me, Mr.? Forgive me, how should I address you? Mrs. Fine, Lord Holmes. Very well then, tell me, Miss Sancho, is this noble phantasm meant for support? It is. A noble phantasm belonging to Don Quixote that can neutralize Vlad III's current condition. I take it this is one of the things better left unsaid. I knew an English gentleman would understand. Of course, it won't stay secret for very long, though. Alright. You know short people get tired fast, they can't travel as far or longer, but the good thing is they have better health than tall people? Sometimes yes. I think there's a nice middle ground, perhaps. He also made the female shy guy in the ghost from Pac-Man. No, actually, that doesn't ring a bell to me. Oh, we start our battle early. Okay. Oh yeah. Well, let's try this with Morgan again. Assassin? Where's her skills? She's got a 10. Nice. Let's go! There he stood, as though impaled himself. .9 or 5.9? I don't know. I'm shorter than that, I think. Caked in blood and buffeted by the wind. It's not buffeted. He looked like nothing so much as a rotting corpse. But he was still alive. Awkward. Both the Reinstatement and Revenge realms used to do battle here, right? You're right, he does have guts. So how come neither of them have taken him? Take a closer look. What's the rock for? Catch you later, Neek Vanderhorst. Oh, it's a trap. The moment he detects something moving nearby, he activates his noble phantasm automatically. He must have programmed, for want of a better word, his mind when he staked himself. Damn, he really is a monster. Hey, that's uncalled for. I don't mean it like that. Like a boss. I mean, I can't even begin to imagine the strength of his mind. You love short girls? Yeah, I don't think height is ever something I care that much about in the attractiveness of a woman. It's about the relative proportions, I suppose. Like, I'm not attracted to little people, like dwarfism, kind of. But that's because of the shape, more so than the height. Of course, that's a personal preference, not like there's anything wrong with somebody like that. And you can't control it either. What is your opinion on Dai Tomodachi, the artist? He is okay, I guess. Let me make sure I've got the right guy in my brain. He mostly, yeah, he makes those animations, 3D animations. I mean, he has a big focus on shonen-y kind of things. I'd say a lot of black anitubers are really into that kind of stuff. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I tend not to be much of a shonen fan myself. Well, an animator is an artist, as far as I'm concerned, but yeah. Woman like 6'1" in tallness, or they would not date you. Well, women being judgmental of the height of men is hypocritical and silly to me. Remember how powerless we were in that chaotic mess? I'm pretty sure we couldn't think about anything except running away. The same goes for me as well. Well, I do think I would have to come up with the same idea to steal... I would have come up with the same idea to seal myself away. I'm not so experienced in a battle that I would also plan ahead to include a means of self-defense. I don't know, pretty much every black anime fan that I see is more than likely going to be a huge Dragon Ball Z fan. And other shonen like Naruto, One Piece. I don't know as much about One Piece being that way. But any of those major shonen anime with the fighting and strong male protagonists and stuff like that, there is some kind of common ground for a lot of people to do that. Do you watch, read, play the materials for all works of the Fate characters you talk about in your waifu files? Yes. Yes, I do. Yeah. I'm a black guy, confirm Goku goes hard. Yeah. I mean, it's just how it is. Like, I mean, obviously lots of white people do that stuff too, but... And there's nothing that says black guys don't like the more waifu-y type shows that I like either. But at least when you look at, like, mainstream YouTubers, there's a lot of that. Why is that? Is a good question. I don't know. Especially Dragon Ball. There's something special about the culture around that. I mean, I guess Mexico really loves its Dragon Ball Z also. Jujutsu Kaisen, yeah, that's another one. Absolutely. I'm not so nearly so experienced in battle that I would also plan ahead to include a means of self-defense. Still, we have to do something to shut that system down, or we won't be able to help him. Then I suppose we shall just have to keep him occupied in combat. In the meantime, I would like you, too, to use your noble phantasm on Master's signal. Can you do this, Miss Sarah? Kinda like how King of Fighters is, like, insanely popular with Mexico. Watch out. It'd be ridiculous to make it this far, only to have your own servant kill you. Alright. I don't think it's just because Shonen has become the more normie type of show. I'm sure that has something to do with it. But I think there's more to it than just that. You're only 5'9" and plus modern women and have high standards. Not all women. Hashtag not all women. There are a lot of women who only care about you having money and height, which are weird, but, you know. Right now, just the dating world itself is fucked up right now. Let us help Count Vlad settle down. Settle down, baby. Wait, how many guts do you get, you turd? 3. Okay, well, we'll see.
NFS サービスです。もちろんお望みのままに。そのように。失礼。こちらの話です。よろしい。さて、どこから潰したものか。あまり悩ませないように。楽しくなるでしょう。
Oh, it gains critical stars and it sends them all her way. That's pretty cool. Gotcha. Yeah, let's see what she can do. You know what? I did this all wrong. I shouldn't have done 3 Morgans in a row because of the way that Guts works in this game. Yeah, Saint Seiya is also wildly popular. I guess it didn't matter because we didn't kill Vlad anyway. Jesus, that took a lot of health. Come on, Morgan. You can survive that. Who's the person in the middle? You're new to FGO? You think they're cute? That would be Koyanskaya of Light. Her entire arc has been uploaded in the FGO recap. Yeah, if you watch my FGO lore videos, you'll find out about her. She's been a prominent character throughout all of Cosmos and the Lost Belt. So your answer, Dawson? Yeah, I know. Not everybody. But like I said, dating is fucked up these days. Oh, that's your servant. Nice. Nice, very nice. I'm mostly using Morgan just because she's hot right now. I mean, she's AoE. I should be using a single target, but... Damn, he refills all half of it each time? You turd. Well, goodbye. Oh wait, no, she's got her guts. Hell yeah. Gutsy, gutsy. We both got guts, you turd.
よく言いました。逃がすものか魔女ですの。アコール。
Well, playing the dating game can be a bitch, but keeping an open mind to possibly finding someone you're in love with, you bitch,
交代します。
is always a good thing. In fact, probably using dating sites and the like is not an easy or good way, even, of finding people.
いかほご用件は吹っ飛びなさいませ。
Oh wait, again, I can't have them guys with guns, whatever.
もう最高。
Oh. Well, we aren't trying to kill him, so I guess that makes sense, don't it? I wish that the pre-battles to FGO would tell you the number of foes as well. Like, overall number of enemies. Now! Understood. Okay, sir. Close your eyes just like I told you. Right. Go back, go back, go back. Books end. Dreams conclude with the cold splash of reality. All fades into the past like a passing fever. We must abandon our dreams that we might more fully live our lives. Activating Noble Phantasm, return to reality. Triste Gentil Alonso. Kishano. Interesting. All magical energy in the vicinity is decaying rapidly. Vlad won't be able to maintain his existence if this keeps up. Correct. That is this noble phantasm's power. What? As I suspected, the words she used were, return to reality. What she has done here is return Count Vlad to 17th century Spain. No singularity, no magecraft, no mysteries. Just peaceful, ordinary Spanish countryside. The land where Don Quixote spent his life. Wait, slow down! Mystics should have been stronger in the 17th century than they are today, not weaker. Both eras are well within the margin of error compared to the Age of Gods, but yes, you may well be right. But remember, Gordolf, those mystics were only measured on a worldwide scale. This noble phantasm is much more limited in scope. It forces a servant to return to a remote part of the world where no magecraft or mystics have ever been observed. Interesting. This weakens the servant's contract with their master and cuts off the magical energy they need to maintain their very being. I mean, we talk about all the different regional magecrafts there are, but here's like the opposite case where there's just a place that has no magecraft. It even neutralizes skills such as independent action. You see, Vlad III simply did not exist in 17th century Spain. And of course, this also means whatever ability Moriarty used to brainwash him will fade away like a dream. I guess that's enough for him to break out. The left or the right is not on our side. Correct. I agree with that statement. Can you tell me what the hell Michael Atlas was talking about? Makes you bad because you watch it's popular. It means you just agree with the trends and demoralize. What did Michael Atlas mean? How does liking shonen make me a normie? You're not a normie for liking shonen. That's silly. You might be a normie for only liking shonen, or only being aware of shonen. But I would disagree to say that you're a normie simply for doing so, especially if you have a wide variety of tastes. Anime has two genres, shonen and hentai. No, it doesn't. It's not how it works. All of that said, I'm afraid this is as much as we can do. You see, his noble phantasm has one major flaw. It does. Oh. Yes, if we use it for too long, we will disappear ourselves. I see, so that's why I feel so at peace right now. And you're okay with that? Cut it the hell out! Okay, that's enough. No more noble phantasm. Abort! Abort! Okay, good. I thought they were actually gonna die, but the music suggested otherwise. Good, and none of them vanished. So the noble phantasm's effects are still somewhat present. Then Count Vlad's desire to rebel should be gone now, just as Miss Sancho planned. Though the state of his combat abilities remains unclear. Hey, Count Vlad. Daijobu. Now the real question here is, do I go back to the Valley Girl voice? Chaos isn't here to screw with anymore. What do you guys think? Please, no! I know Swoan doesn't like it. What about everyone else? I got no and a no. One more no and I'll keep going. No. Alright. I thought my Valley Girl was funny, but apparently not. I never thought I would see my master ask after my health. Ask about your health, you mean? I suppose it just goes to show how far I let myself go, so to speak. Dawson, yes, you like Bleach. I'm relieved to see you've returned to your senses, Count Vlad. What about your inclination to rebel? It has subsided considerably. It doesn't matter how long you've been playing FGO, it's just a joke voice that I was putting on the character. Because it's so contrary to how he actually should sound. The seeds are still planted in my mind, but they're sufficiently weakened that I can control them. Still, how did you do this? I wasn't expecting to be rescued until after this singularity had been repaired, if at all. Well, I would love to tell you about it, but we are still in enemy territory. Why don't we vacate these premises first? Good idea. Ugh, this whole ordeal actually got me sweating. All's well that ends well. Sure is. Hang on, you guys do realize you almost vanished, right? What if you had? Wouldn't that have brought the righteous realm to the brink of collapse? Don't worry, Lord Kadok. That would have been a grand adventure in its own right. Yay for adventure! Yay for adventure! Come on, Sarah, say something. Yay for adventure! I'm gonna be totally helpful today. That's not what I meant, damn it. Huh. I like adventure too. What was that supposed to mean? He's got a soft spot for Kadok. You like short waifu like Roxy or Rebecca from Cyberpunk Edrunner or Maho from Steins Gate? Yes. They's a good. Like I said, I usually don't factor in height much at all unless it's like extreme. Although I think I'd rather have a little tiny fairy girl, like a Tinkerbell-sized waifu, than, or like the one in, what is it called? Myriad Colors Phantom World, than I would to like a super giantess style. Although that in itself is a whole other fetish. Not a hey listen, not a hey listen, but like one that actually looks like a chick. We don't see Navi, it's just a glowing light with wings. You like femboys? Well, we should be getting back to Astolfo soon enough, I hope. I see. So it won't be possible for me to fight until the singularity is repaired. I mean, Astolfo is the ultimate femboy. I'm afraid I have one more piece of disappointing news. That noble phantasm took so much out of us that we won't be able to do anything for a while either. If we tried to charge at a windmill now, we'd be knocked aside like a blade of grass. Yes, extreme. Like, someone who is, like, literally twice as tall as you. Or more. Yeah, Daeon's whatever, I suppose. I mean, Daeon has the appeal of a femboy, for sure. Whether or not they actually identify as male. Really, Sancho? Am I that weak now? I'm afraid so, sir. Try charging Lord Holmes if you don't believe me. Huh? Alright, I will. Here I come. Because Holmes is the standard by which we judge weakness. Barghest isn't twice as tall as you, though. Aren't people into that? I just said it was a huge fetish. Yeah, of course people are into that. Rah! Wavering briefly before simply reaching out a hand and stopping him by catching his head. Rah! Yeah! This would be funny to see animated. Huh. I suppose we can call it a draw. Ha ha! Sarah, I want you to do a pratfall right now. I'd prefer not to. Well, no, liking her in her black dog form is a whole other fetish, wouldn't it be? Look, I don't think you'll be good at it either, but somebody has to. So you concluded that you required my wisdom, even at the cost of your powers as king of this realm? Yes, we are simply not capable of taking things beyond this point. It was clear how things would end if either of the other two kings were to launch a serious assault against us. Even so, your unwavering willingness to give up the power you were given is no small thing. I hate that line. Let me try that again. So your unwavering willingness to give up the power you were given is no small thing. It was an act of either great selflessness or great selfishness. Huh. I'm sorry, that was no way to speak to my saviors. Not at all. Very well then, let's return so I can see the Righteous Realm City for myself. From there, I'll survey your military capacity and... No, wait. I almost forgot something important I need to do first. What's that? This. My true name is Vlad III. I am a servant of Chaldea, Berserker class. And now I have returned to where I belong. It's good to have you back, Vlad. I'm glad to have you back, Vlad. Thank you, Master. I may not be able to be your spear for the time being, but there are still things I can do. I must and can do to help. Sir? That's it. That's exactly how a knight and his lord should behave. I want that! Welcome home, sir. It's just not the same. Ooh. Ooh, ascensions. One more word like that from you, sir, and I'll send you sailing straight down this mountain. Ah, I'm sorry, milady. Better. What was that all about? I suspect that was another of Miss Sancho's sides. Princess Dulcinea, most likely. One of the reasons Don Quixote sets off on his journey, in his titular story, was to tell people far and wide of Princess Dulcinea's beauty. It's a little embarrassing, but it's true. Can you at least warn me before you transform like that? My poor heart can't take it. Deal with it. Am I the only one concerned about our current situation? Because it seems to me that losing Vlad III as a fighter is a major setback. You're not wrong, but in this case, I also don't think it's the whole story. we have a good number of military assets to work with on both ends. Up until now, though, we've lacked the tactical expertise to make use of them. So if Vlad can make up for that deficiency, then I think that there are still some positives to be gained from this. I guess that's true, but losing his combat prowess still sucks. I see your thing. I see your girls. Alright, we'll be taking our leave here. See you back at the throne soon. Goodbye. What was that about? Very well then. Let's take a walk around the city. I got Wednesday Dragons as a new subscriber.
Yeehaw!
Miss Sarah, Kadok, if you'd be so kind as to disguise yourselves as servants once again, we can be on our way. Yo. Hey, yo. What are they doing? There's plenty of life here, but not much drive. Morale is fairly decent. And yet, on the whole, it's all too relaxed. Relaxed, I see. Since each realm's population is comprised entirely of servants, universal conscription is a genuinely viable option. Of course, we wouldn't want everyone to be perpetually mired in despair over the prospect of long-term war. For when those who should be helping to fight the war are no longer able to separate it from their daily lives, that's when weariness sets in. And when conflict is inevitable, weariness can and does lead directly to defeat. We were told earlier that the Righteous Realm's army is about to begin a training exercise. Shall we go pay them a visit? Yes, let's do that. What you think I appreciate all how high a person is short is just a bonus. Yeah, that's fine. Haggis, Michael, try not to provoke one another. Hey, Sarah. Yeah, Kadok? Do you think this training exercise is going to help much? I don't know. That's just pure optimism. It's not productive. I mean, the Hashira in Demon Slayer are undergoing severe training. I think it's a good idea. Swords at the ready, and slash! Draw, aim, loose! Sha 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 sha. Yeah, yeah, yeah! See these spear skills? This is why they call me the Gale. Only you call you that. Why can't I use rapid casting? I know I put it in my dues as an alchemist and then some. Wait, don't tell me it's because my tongue is too short, isn't it? Oh-ho! They're all going at it a lot harder than I was expecting. Well, what do you know? I don't know much about combat training, but it looks like they're doing a good job. This is even worse than I thought. Why is that? I'd prefer to meet with the king, with Charles the Great, before I say any more. There's no sense having the same conversation twice. Okay. Is it that bad? It is. Let us say, for the sake of argument, that the situation was entirely in our favor. By which I mean, imagine that the other two realms have waged all-out war. And that one side succeeded in wiping out the other, but at the cost of the majority of their soldiers. Even in that ideal situation, I can tell you that we still could not win. That bad? You two, it seems you already understand the problem. Well, yeah, I mean, we are technically 2 of the 12 paladins. So we both have a decent amount of real military experience. But isn't that the case for the other servants, too? Sure. Some of them used to be heroes, or in the military, or otherwise fought in some major battles. The problem is, they're all over the place. There's no unity or teamwork whatsoever. We can lead small teams well enough, but that's it. Astolfo and I couldn't possibly lead an entire army. What's more, Diarmid and Shu Fu are only slightly better than nothing. From what I've been told, both Kriemhild of the Revenge Realm and Konstantinos of the Reinstatement Realm have full control of their armies. By comparison, our forces are no more than a motley crew of amateurs. In short, the entire fate of the Righteous Realm rests on whether we can transform this disparate rabble of servants into a unified army. So how exactly do we do that? Since the dawn of recorded history, there has only ever been one reliable way to turn soldiers into an army. Training. Let's get down to business to defeat the Revenge Realm. I see. And I do not mean the way it is being done now, wherein each servant does whatever they please. They need to be trained to work as a single army and operate as though they were all part of a single organism. If they cannot do that, then we have no hope of victory. So to begin, I would like you to inform every servant in the Righteous Realm that they are to assemble early tomorrow morning for joint training. Alright, we will. I'll put together an initial lineup and then adjust it over the course of the training. Catch you later, gents. Have a wonderful time at work. We need to know whether we would be best served by forming groups composed of all the different classes, or of a single class. What sort of units we need, what it is we lack the most. Everything. We must review every detail. Hey, Sancho. No, sir, you can't relinquish the throne. How did you know that I was... That was what I was going to say. Look, I'm not proud of this, but even I know I'm not the best choice for this job. Sancho is right. Unfortunately, I currently lack the strength to stand on the front line myself. More importantly, you have already claimed to be Charles the Great. None of the other servants here would accept me suddenly taking over as your successor. Roxy Race in the show, how cool, whole bunch of short people that can live 200 years. I wish I could live 200 years. I know, that would be nice, wouldn't it? I don't like death. I'd be happy playing video games and watching anime for the next 2 centuries. You are Charles the Great now, and there is nothing you can do to change that. Until you get the real one, anyway. Which is walking around town somewhere. Escape is no longer an option. Even if the path before you requires scaling a sheer wall, you must find a way to crawl up and reach the other side. Whatever you do, you cannot fall. Use whatever lies or bluster you need to hold yourself in place. You are an emperor. You cannot change that. Okay. It's alright, sir. Don't worry. If worse comes to worse, I'll figure something out. Miss Sancho sounds fully confident in her ability to make good on her pledge, based on his story. That should have been enough to set Don Quixote's mind at ease. You like Ilya, huh? Like I said, you'll like my new review of the Prisma Ilya fanfic. All things considered, it's pretty good. Very amateurish, but very good. If you're into the typical Prilia antics. But judging by the look on his face, he is positively racked with guilt. I expect all of you to attend the training tomorrow as well, and that includes you, Master. While you won't be able to summon servants with so many watchful eyes nearby, as long as you don't have them use noble phantasms, you should be able to pass yourself off as a caster who calls upon shadow soldiers to fight for you. Got it? Kadok, as a mage and master, I want you to provide advice. Damn, that's quite the job. I'll do the best I can. Holmes, you are a great detective. I am certain you can see things I cannot. Even if you may lack military expertise, it would be a great help if you would keep an eye out for them, will you? Of course. There you have it, Master. Glad to have you on the team. What about us? You two have the most difficult task of all. What's that? Wait, and trust that we will complete our tasks. You are not to do anything more than that. Really? So I'm supposed to just do nothing? You are Charles the Great. You can neither reveal your true identity nor take part in battle yourself. Your job is to have faith in your subordinates. Yes, sir. It's really ironic that what everyone's putting their hopes on is literally absolutely nothing. Master Kadok, I urge you two to get some rest. I shall do the same. I don't see a question. Oh man, it's still the middle of the night. That's a lot of candles. I wonder how long it takes to go through them each time. Lady Sarah? Is something the matter? I couldn't sleep. Ha! Well, elderly folks like me are notoriously light sleepers. You're much too young for that. Sancho! I'm here, sir. Shall I make some cocoa, then? I knew you'd know what to do, my wonderful maid. Thank you, sir. Okay, then. I'll be back shortly. Is what video out? What are you talking about? Oh, no, I'm still making it. I'm still making that video. Say, how'd you end up pretending to be an emperor anyway? It's a long story. You see, one thing led to another, and here we are. That's really all it boils down to. I knew I was a servant of proper human history, which immediately put me at odds with the other servants. I suppose you could say that it was a stroke of luck. I was just about to say something to them when Sancho clapped a hand over my mouth and acted like we were on their side. Then, with what we learned by sneaking into the Revenge Realm, I knew things couldn't go on as they were. I may have been able to retain my body in that realm, but I would have lost my mind. I'm a coward, you see. And the reinstatement realm wasn't much better. Their motives and methods may differ from the Revenge Realm, but they were still rebelling against proper human history. I agonized over what we should do, and ultimately, I decided to move to an area where neither realm had much influence. The next thing I knew, we were surrounded by other servants who felt the same way and ran away with us. It was Sancho who came up with the idea of creating a place for these servants. Servants on the side of proper human history. Me? All I did was run around in a tizzy. I was only useful on the few occasions we had to fight demonic beasts. And when I volunteered once, we concluded that someone would have to be this realm's new ruler. Sounds pretty admirable to me. I don't know, Haggis. I don't want to get involved in that talk. It's very semantic, and it hurts my brain. Trying to get done with the actual story here. No, it wasn't. It really wasn't. For one thing, I wasn't even summoned in my prime. Both my mind and body are way past the sell-by date, if you take my meaning. My story both begins and ends with me as an old man. This is the only way I'm known. That's why I look the way I do. I was so nervous when I first pretended to be Charles the Great. I thought I was going to throw up. You know, you seem a lot different now than you do during the day. Because these lonely nights are the only times I can go back to being of a reasonably sound mind. Grim as that may sound. I mean, I don't like talking. I mean, I don't mind talking, but we have to be at least somewhat on topic. Here's your cocoa, sir. Lady Sarah. Great, thank you, Sanjo. Thank you. My pleasure. I like how they're, like, still operating on fucking candlelit flames, and it's just like, oh yeah, let me go get you some cocoa. It's like, how do you get all this shit? Your technology levels just seem a little off. Nice and sweet, just the way I like it. This is delicious! Haha, I'm glad. Oh, wait, whoops. Damn it. I always mix them up. I'm glad you like it. This cocoa is so good, I feel like it's making me forget I'm a knight. Oh my, then I'd better take it away right now. Please don't. This is one of the few pleasures I have at my age. I was only joking. You're so used to Carl de Grosse name, rather than Charles the Great from Link, yeah. How long do you plan on streaming today? Longer than I did yesterday, that's for sure. So it sounds like this whole realm was your idea, Sancho? Not at all. I only made a suggestion. I'm also one of the world's most helpful maids, you see? If my sir wants something, it's my job to make it happen. He took over rulership of this realm because it was the safest position for him to be in. We'd be treated like any other foot soldier if we went to fight on the front lines. And I didn't want us to die right after being summoned, so... I pretty much only said indeed when I'm on the throne. That hardly matters for royalty. It's rather like how teenagers see their parents. You mean as a nuisance? You need only be proud and domineering. That's really all a king or emperor needs. I don't agree with that at all. If you say so. What do you think, Lady Sarah? I think when it's really important, you might have to take matters into your own hands. So you think so too, Yes, that's true. One should take important matters into their own hands. And conversely, when they're not important, one should leave well enough alone. Okay, I'll do that. Basically, right now, you just have to stick to what you're already doing. I guess so. You know, this feels an awful lot like I don't know, authority can be abusive, and authority can be sluggish and useless. Like, I don't like the idea of somebody at the top who's earning and benefiting the most from everything not putting in as much work as everybody that they rely upon. Get your ass to work. Even if it's in a different sector or a different style, you should be working just as hard as everybody else, if not more. Probably more. Especially because it's not a violent thing in this case. It's diplomacy. You should be constantly thinking about your politics and how to run the place better and more effective. Oh, are you sure you wouldn't like to talk a little more? No, she should go get some rest. She has an early morning tomorrow. Good night. This chapter and Tunguska feel like a tonal shift from the earlier Lost Belts. Yeah, for sure. Was that a mistake? It's hard to say. I'd have to work up the courage to apologize. What do you think of the Master of Chaldea, Sancho? We both know how terrible a judge of character I am. I think she's a good person, and above all, I think she's very willing to forgive others their mistakes. Sir, you do know what Chaldea coming here means, right? It means she and her companions have come a long way to be here, so there's no need to feel bad for them. I know, but still. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about this, sir. It's all down to you. Though, of course, depending on how things go, an apology might be the last thing they need. I guess we should head back to the throne. It's time to return to my duties as Charles the Great. What would you do if 20-pack of raw chicken nuggets, twice raw chicken can kill you? What do you mean? If I were served a 20-pack of raw chicken nuggets? You could always cook them yourself. Or send it back if it's at like a restaurant or something. I think it's dangerous, potentially, to just have a figurehead as your ruler. Because the real power would lie in other people that are harder to keep accountable for their behavior. In fact, there's a rather harrowing tale in China regarding Daki, who was part of what people thought that Koyanskaya was. It was kind of like a temptress, a concubine of the emperor, and she was so beautiful and so manipulative that she basically ruled the kingdom in lieu of her, the actual king. And that was a very dangerous and dark time for that particular era. Because she was using the king's authority to do things on her own behalf. No, Haggis, you're wrong. A king should be more than a figurehead. That's all it means. It means that they should be actively participating and constantly trying to make the kingdom better, not just standing there as a symbol. You gotta do stuff. I had another example. My brain. Oh. Nero. Nero would be a good example of that. Poor little Nero was made emperor just so that their mom could more or less exert soft power vicariously, which is also abusive as hell. The story of Damocles actually illustrates how feudalism actually makes it easier for people to hold leaders accountable for their actions. Maybe, maybe not. I guess you'd have to look at it. I don't know that story very well, but yeah. Even if it's monarchy, it doesn't matter if it's feudal or monarch, the king should still have that responsibility, that duty to be working just as hard as everyone else. Good day, everyone. My true name is Vlad III. I come on behalf of Charles the Great, who has asked that I lend my support to the righteous realm. Well, I mean, the whole point about Nero is that she killed her mom. She poisoned her because she was being abused and poisoned back by her mom. So she's like, fine, take that. And she took back the kingdom. Whether you agree with her rule beyond that is a whole other story. But at least she wasn't being manipulated by her mother. I come on behalf of Charles the Great, who has asked that I lend my support to the righteous realm. Unfortunately, I have lost my own servant powers due to extenuating circumstances. However, as a result, His Imperial Majesty has seen fit to trust me with full command of this army. You may consider me your general, marshal, or whatever other high-status position suits you. If any of you object, speak now. I'm glad to see none take issue with my leadership. Fast food, then you get you take it back, you send it back, you don't eat the food, you get a refund or a recook or something. Or if you're extremely fucking ballsy, you eat the chicken, you get really, really sick, you prove that the chicken was made with negligence, and you get a shit ton of money in a lawsuit. From this point on, you must act as a single army, rather than individual heroes. Together you will form multiple units, all of which combine to create a unified armed force. I, of course, am aware that it'll take more than my say-so to convince you of the merits of this new direction. I understand why this may concern you. Your individual exploits are what made you heroic spirits. I'm sure many of you believe you are strong enough to be better off doing as you please. Which is why I would like to start with a training exercise. I will form a unit of my own, but I will keep its numbers to a bare minimum. Here is the scenario. My unit will defend a fortress, and the rest of you will surround and attack it. However, my unit will also soon be receiving reinforcements. As the attackers, your objective is to break through our defenses and claim the fortress as your own. With such overwhelming numbers on your side, your victory should all be but assured. Failure is not an option. As you will begin with such tremendous advantage, you will surely not refuse, yes? Yay! Most kings don't do what, Dawson? Vlad III's speech had the desired result. It lit a fire in the proud servants' hearts. Let's do this thing! You messed with the wrong servant. You're gonna regret this! That fortress is as good as ours! As these and other indignant war cries rang out, Vlad III instructed the casters to construct a temporary fortress. Damn. A fortress that looked, and probably actually was, much too flimsy to stand up to a servant attack. Nonetheless, Vlad III and his small force of servants entered and locked the gate behind them. In 3 hours, the battle would begin. The servants Vlad chose for his unit ran around hurriedly to try to prepare as best they could. One or two seemed less than happy about having been selected, though. They should carry out their duties faithfully, having been chosen ahead of time. Indeed. But if I may, Lord Vlad, can you tell me why you chose a siege? Because defense is where I excel, because if we win, none of the other servants will have any right to complain. Aha, now I see. Caster, Sarah. Yes, sir. As I told you earlier, you can't have your servants use their noble phantasms, but you also don't need to defeat our opponents. This battle will be a test of endurance. I urge you to take that into consideration when creating your lineup. I'm adding Holmes, Roland, and Shu Fu to your group. This fortress has intentionally been built with a hole in its defenses that could let the enemy easily occupy the entire fort should they break through. Our opponents will most likely attempt to claim victory through brute force at first. If and when that fails, they will eventually notice the hole in our defenses. But looking at it from a different perspective, if that is where they focus their attention, their result will become quite predictable. Remember, whether you are playing offense or defense, analyzing and predicting your opponent's actions is the most important thing you can do. Now, go hide by the hole and wait for my signal. Yes, sir! Too bad for me, I just thought the chicken, always great thing. I did not eat it. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but okay. Hey again. So like before, I'll be backing you up, but I'm not gonna do anything fighting myself. Or not gonna do any fighting yourself. Why the look? You think I'm trying to get off easy again or something? I don't exactly see you getting ready to jump into the fray either, you know? Bleh. Okay, that's enough of that. Now hit us with that spell already, would you? Fine, blah blah blah, and oh! That's nifty. It's like Rita in Tales of Vesperia. Her fast casting is just like blah blah blah, spell, blah blah blah, spell. Most Western kings did not work for their people, mostly for themselves. Yeah, I know, and that's how most of human history has been pretty fucked. But you'd have to look at each individual situation. What kind of chant was that? Oh, get off my case. It's not the words, it's the heart that goes into them. Capiche? Yeah, the Chinese lady saying capiche. It didn't really sound like your heart was in it to me, but whatever. I'm empty-minded like that. Are you sure you don't mean broad-minded? Having an empty mind isn't usually a good thing. Oh, here they come. This fortress has been built with a secret side gate on the right side of the back gate. What a weird fucking line. It's not big enough for a wagon, but it could easily let a group of humans through. Or at least that's apparently the planned scenario. And our opponents know about this as well. So we shouldn't have to worry about riders trying to make their way through. Instead, according to Count Vlad's estimations, we should expect to see servants who excel in close-range combat, like sabers, lancers, and assassins. Here they come. Like, literally just those. No! Damn it, it's an ambush! Fall back! Huh? You want us to fall back now? "43 minutes ago, we went ahead and we rescued Vlad and broke him out of his little imprisoned impalement. And now he is helping us train the soldiers of Charles the Great's army to not suck, basically, and to be a unified, to just be unified in their strategic approach. Ha 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 ha! Alright, let's go to town on them, shall we? Woo! Beating up on helpless targets feels so good. Nice strategy, losers. You just couldn't resist that sweet, juicy bait, could you? That caster of theirs is just nasty. And what's with that hideous doll she's carrying? You're dead. Alright, it's go time. Agreed. We've got about 5 seconds before Lady Shu Fu rushes in and starts punching faces. We must stop them before that happens. Ugh, what a weird fight. Ugh. They said this is an endurance fight, so we're not trying to kill people, which indicates to me that we need people like Merlin. He can't use his noble phantasm, but he can use a skill that makes everybody nice and happy. What's your favorite place to go at the zoo? I've only been to the zoo like a couple of times in my whole life. I don't know, I like cute animals, like foxes, and more recently we went to see the red pandas. Those were cute. And the penguins were cool, it's just it was really cold in their enclosure. I don't know who the hell else to ask. Well, no, it's not true. Mashu's decent. Who else is good at staying alive? I mean, who's got all them layers of guts? I don't think I've actually leveled my coup up very well, have I? Probably down here somewhere. Yeah, he's at 70, fuck that. Who's good at just raw survival? Jeanne's an option if you want to tank, but was it her skills or her noble phantasm that are to blame? Rhinus? I should have Rhinus, right? Wasn't she welfare? Rhinus was welfare, right? Huh. Did I even see her in this list? I mean, I know I played that event, but I don't remember actually getting her. No, Rhinus you had the roll for. She's a 5-star. You're right, so I don't have her. We can't use Noble Phantasms for this fight. That's the whole thing. So I'm looking for characters who just have natural skills at, like, guts and shit. See your last message, please. Angelus, I'm trying to play the game. Will today's stream be gone for longer than yesterday's? Yes, it shall. Oh. You throw away the chicken, so you cannot return it. A good thing, did not eat. Sorry, spelling's bad. Way more than just spelling is bad. The entire grammar and language comprehension seems to be falling apart. At least on a written level. Barguest? I'll use Barguest just for the hell of it. Nero can survive, huh? Saber Uma? Okay. It's been a while since I used her. I honestly don't think this is going to be that hard of a fight, but I could be wrong. Hey Bargy, what do you got? I'll give you a craft essence if you tell me what you need. I can almost guarantee you're a buster, but... yeah, she's a buster pup. Buster pup! What about Uma? Are you also buster? No. Good. Alright. Let's give it a shot. You ship them? Yes. Mashi's wonderful. Okay, so what do? You got Invincible for one, increased defense and MP gauge is nice. Doesn't matter because you don't have NP. Oh wait, no, you're allowed to use NP. Just none of my summon servants are. That's a good point. So you should probably do this. We'll save that for his noble. Slightly increase NP gauge, increase HP. Wow. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Sharlock. Let's play evade to yourself. C-star, that would be bad. MP seal. Alright. Does Reed's get physically age in their designs? I feel like a little bit. They seem a little more mature. Do I agree with what, Dawson? Re-ask your question, man. I don't know what your question is or what I'm agreeing to anymore. Sorry, my cat meows. I gotta meow back. It's just part of the journey. How OP would Doomslayer be if you were a servant? For the record, I wholly believe that Doomslayer would be in the Berserker class. I don't know. According to Mirabeau Studios, he'd get along well with Jean, so he'd have at least a partner. Mashu as a Neko looks beautiful? I guess. I mean, I just like her first ascension the most. This is my favorite. Yeah, all of the Heaven's Feel movies have been on Blu-ray for quite a while now. I don't know, it feels long as fuck to me. I don't see the end of it coming in sight anytime soon, which is going to be a bit crazy. Sometimes he must sound like a caveman. I mean, honestly, kind of. That's what separates cavemen from others. His grammar and punctuation. It's less that the singularity is short per se, as much as the lost belt being insanely long. Yeah, that was an easy fuck fight. They didn't even get to use their noble phantasms. That's weird. That's weird. They could have made that a million times harder. I'm also getting a little bit bored with this training regimen they're doing. Angelus, on that regard, do you own them? Yeah, I own Fate Zero. I own Unlimited Blade Works, I own Heaven's Feel, I own Apocrypha, I own Babylonia. I do not own the Camelot films. I didn't feel like doing that. Felt they were kind of not the best. I own Dean Stay Night. I own the original Unlimited Blade Works movie. And I own Kata no Kyokai. I own the first season to Prisma Ilia. Never kept up with it. On Blu-ray, anyway. Oh yeah, and I own Fate Grand Carnival. Whatever little they released. Retreat! Retreat! Damn it! I really thought this was a good idea! I can't believe we lost to this ragtag bunch. I brought shame upon my order. You said it. How the hell did riffraff like this get the better of us? Would you rather smash Mashu or Kurisu? Probably Mashu, honestly. Yeah, you better run, you rat bastards. I'm coming to punch your lights out right now. I'm getting out of here. That was Shufu. I don't think they'll be coming back anytime soon. Thanks, Shufu. Alright, looks like our work here is done. Looks like things are playing out more or less as we expected. But let's go check in with Count Vlad to make sure. Would you recommend Lotus War for a retro anime to watch? Hell fuck yes, I would. Namely, the OVA. There's two different series. There's the OVA, which they've remastered in Blu-ray, and then there's Chronicles of the Heroic Knight, which is a televised version that the quality just drops considerably. It's still a fun show, just not as good as the OVA in terms of quality, and that has not been remastered. I'm officially taking command of this army, and I shall be training you in the ways I deem best. I take it there are no objections? No, sir. He's a demon. A demon, I tell you! I still don't know what happened. It felt like there was nothing we could do to win. I can't believe I couldn't destroy one piddling fortress. Some hero I turned out to be. I expected this to happen, but it was truly impressive seeing it all play out. Oh, this is Sancho, by the way. That was terrifying. Terrifying! Are you two okay? Oh yes, we're fine. The castle is almost deserted right now. I never understood how terrifying a fully unified army could be until today. Yes, sir. I knew saving him was the right choice. Now that Count Vlad is in charge of our military affairs, we should be more than equal to the task ahead. Indeed, so then... Yes, I think now is the time to make our own move, after we discuss it with Count Vlad. Thank you all once again for your help. Yay! Hi, cat. Are you gonna make some funny meow sounds for me? You sometimes invent weird noises. You've never done any of those, like, Olong Johnson, I'm the big belly with the big belly, or whatever the cats do. You think xenomorphs would absolutely destroy the demonic beasts due to how fast they reproduce and how they can incorporate traits from the host species they burst out of? That would be insane. You know what? That would just be insane. I'd like to see servants fighting against xenomorphs. What would happen? I imagine a facehugger could use a servant body as long as it stayed around for that long to grow through. But what the hell would you get as a result of that? Would it be something like Sieg giving his heart to, or Siegfried giving his heart to Sieg? That'd be nuts. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to my Musashi. It's what I know best. What non-Fate stuff you got for Blu-ray? Like a metric fuck ton. Lately, I've been really trying to get my hands on retro anime Blu-rays because there's a lot of restoration work going on right now, and it all looks so gorgeous. Stuff like the old school Bubblegum Crisis on Blu-ray is really nice. They recently redubbed and re-put out Gunbuster. There we go. Stuff like that. Again, thank you for agreeing to manage our facility affairs, Count Vlad. Not at all. On my honor. I vow that victory shall be ours. Still, the fact remains that we're only now pulling up to the starting line. The other realms still have a big lead. Come now, Sancho. Look on the bright side. Think of it as us saving our strength for when we'll need it most. Not much into the Alien franchise, but you need to check out some gameplay of it from VTubers. You think HoloGem played it? Which one? Alien Isolation? Because that's the good one. Where they hunt you down and you gotta sneak around them. Wow, talk about putting a positive spin on things. Spin on things. Look at me being a big ol' smarty pants. Very well then, Count Vlad. I believe we should discuss our new course of action, while continuing to train the army, of course. Nude? The hell do you mean, nude? Agreed. Now then, if I may direct your attention to this map. Yeah, we don't need to hear this. While we may have a great many things on our plate at present, we are ultimately faced with three options. Do we go on the offensive, or fortify our defenses? If the former, do we go after the revenge or the reinstatement realm? I had a lot of fun playing Isolation and pissing off the Xenomorph and trying to get out of it. According to the sum total of the information Sancho's spies have sent us, our best choice would seem to be a strike against the Revenge Realm. Why is that? You must look at the big picture. The Reinstatement Realm may have better generals, and there's an excellent chance they will continue to grow in power. But, for better or worse, Constantinos XI is a known quantity. Think of this singularity as a game board. He wishes to play by the rules and win it for himself. The same does not hold true for the Revenge Realm. They would not think twice about simply overturning the entire board. And then there are the strange towers, like the one you investigated. Holmes is right. They are long-range cannons. The location alone makes that quite clear. However, I have a strong suspicion that the towers are in fact already complete. Oh no! Their plan may be to use them in conjunction with servants whose noble phantasms are themselves cannons. Dawson, what am I agreeing with? I would not consider Prisma Ilia going to jail. Yes, I agree with you. I don't think we need to be talking about that right now, though. Or perhaps they plan to use them with something much worse than cannons. I cannot say for sure. Regardless, I believe the entire Revenge Realm is working to overturn the game board in its entirety. And I suspect Zhang Jue, a caster aligned with the Revenge Realm, is the one behind this plan. We must therefore eliminate Queen Creamhild. If she falls, the Revenge Realm is likely to follow. If that happens, the Reinstatement Realm's not gonna likely sit around twiddling their thumbs, are they? No, they will not. I will say this is my best guess based on the information I have. I could well be wrong about some things. Regardless, we must act, and we must do so soon. That all makes sense to me, but it doesn't sound like our army will be of much help here. You're correct. Our only hope of assassinating Zhang Jue is with a small, elite team. But such an operation will not, on its own, slip past the Revenge Realm's defenses. This is why we will also mobilize our entire army and make them think they are under the threat of invasion. We could, in fact, mount an actual attack. And while the other two realms are caught up in the resulting chaos, the assassination team will carry out the mission. This is why we need to train our army. That training will take up most of my time today, but I will help you plan the operation tonight. I see then. We'll figure out the plan in the meantime. I would be very grateful if you took a look later to see how viable it is. Very well. In regards to this mission, Miss Sarah, let me guess, you want me to be part of it? I do. While I have no wish to expose you to danger, your summoning skills will be essential for these assassinations. I would also like to come along on this mission. I have some experience with both stealth and combat, and I'm also concerned about what Moriarty may do. As long as he's around, I cannot in good conscience send Master off alone. Then I'll assign an assassin class servant to go with you too. One on the side of proper human history, of course. You won't be able to do much to help, though, with the mission if you can't fight at your full strength. Lady Sarah. You want me to do the Valley Girl voice now? I guess we wouldn't be of much help. Well, other people already took that vote, and they said no, so I'm going to respect that decision more than anything else. Hey, it's not like either of us was ever cut out for espionage, right? Guess I'll be sitting this one out too. Honestly, I don't have the skill set to help with an assassination. We still have some time until the operation begins. Time we'll need to get our military forces in good order and conduct a campaign. We will also need to use that time to come up with an assassination plan, so let's bring in this assassin you spoke of now. Give the voice to Astolfo? No, Astolfo doesn't need that. Sure thing, I'll call for them right away. Hey there, I'm an assassin. My true name is still a secret. Like I could care. I used to undertake assassinations as part of a certain religious order. I'm honored to be a part of this mission. Very good. These are your squad mates, Sherlock Holmes and my master, Sarah. They will be key to this mission. Do whatever you must to ensure your teamwork is flawless. You have until our army training is complete. Yes, sir. Hey there, good to meet you too. How about we get to know each other before we, get to know each other better over drinks. They say that's the modern way to break the ice. Prefer second and third? You gotta have the exposed midriff. You gotta. Mashu looks gorgeous in it. Though just so you know, I can't drink alcohol myself. What? Then why go drinking at all? Good point. Well, I'm sure the coming days will afford us ample opportunity to get to know each other better. For the moment, I think our time would be better spent determining one another's combat abilities. Then I'll make a reservation for you three at the training grounds. Alright everyone, let us all do our best to put a stop to this rebellion against proper human history. They could drink orange juice, sure. But I don't know why this assassin can't drink. I wonder if it's because of his religion. That would make sense. Otherwise, I'm like, dude, you're murdering people. You can have a fucking drink. It's not like an age issue. That would be so silly. He has no jaw. Make him talk as if he pronounces the S as an F, like the ghost meme from remastered Modern Warfare 2. I'd have to hear what that sounds like. She put her hands together in prayer. It is, in a sense, a small, insignificant action. No matter how holy others may consider her. She can't stop herself from wondering if she's deceiving them. She does believe in God. She does trust his plan. But perhaps that faith only exists at the surface level. That doubt has plagued her since she was summoned. While this no doubt goes without saying, Pope Johanna was not a real person. Her existence, or lack thereof, was debated for centuries. And Johanna knows that very well. She is fully aware that she is a figment of someone's imagination. She knows that every high and low of her life is pure fiction. Well, yeah, drink too much, sure, but he just wants to get to know somebody over a drink. That doesn't mean get absolutely smashed. She's sure that whenever she was summoned to fight a Holy Grail war, though she has no memory of past summons, she must have fallen deeply into despair. Now that she's aware of this, she can't help but feel there may be no point to praying to God, or that perhaps she has no right to. You think so? I'm not sure what to think. I I've heard that no one believes in mystics and fantastical things nowadays. Some people also say that myths, legends, even the tales of our own adventures were all just stories someone made up at one point. But even if that's true, I've never doubted who I am. I know that the glorious 12 paladins of Charlemagne really existed, and I know that the love Roggerio and I shared was real too. Even if I'm not the real Bradamante, but a shadow of her being cast by humanity, it doesn't mean I'm not still me. There's no reason you can't think the same, Your Holiness. Islam encourages murdering people who refuse to convert to Islam, but forbids drinking. Ah. Well, that would explain it then, wouldn't it? Bradamante, you and I are indeed both shadows of humanity. But at your core, you have an unshakable sense of who you are. Maybe there's a reason for that. Or maybe, and I know this may sound odd, maybe most heroes like you exist alongside your own mystics and fantasies. Huh? But that's not true for me. I'm a figment of someone's imagination, my very existence thoroughly disproved by academics. My life, my history, is all a fragmentary jumble. And what's more, there's now an overwhelming consensus among academics that I simply never existed. How much non-Fate Blu-ray you have? Like 100? Probably. Probably more, honestly. They were right to come to that consensus. Academics are supposed to find the truth of things. The idea of Pope Johanna was a revolutionary one that could not be dismissed out of hand. History itself would change depending on whether she truly existed or not. And so academics pored over every document they could to verify it, almost as if they were conducting an autopsy. They were right to do that. Everything they did was right. I just didn't take it well, that's all. It was hard and sad. It felt like they were ripping my heart from my chest. I wanted to grab them by their collars and shake them and scream, "How dare you do this to me!" But we wouldn't approve of that. Not His Imperial Majesty nor anyone else in the reinstatement realm. You wanted to grab them by their collars? It is a whole other kind of pain, knowing I've drawn all of you into my anguish. Oh, and the collar part is just a figure of speech. Please just forget about it. Your Holiness, I'm a paladin. I'm supposed to serve my lord and my country, and embody justice and light. And I know the Archbishop Tilpin would be furious with me if I didn't help to ease your suffering. I might have chosen to rebel against proper human history, but I'll never stop respecting you. Thank you, Bradamante. I wish I could do something to repay you. For what it's worth, I pray from the bottom of my heart that you and your loved one will be reunited in romantic bliss. Thank you, Your Holiness. Oh yes, I'm not sure if I could ask you about this. But weren't you arguing with some of the other servants earlier? Yes, I was. They suspect me of being a spy. I told them they were mistaken, and I chose to cut ties with the others because of a difference in our beliefs. I see. Does that mean you can't trust me after all? Not at all, Bradamante. I would trust you with my life. Grabbing by the balls, I suppose. I just didn't want to pit you against your former comrades in arms. I think I have the luxury of saying that that's never happened to me, so I wouldn't know just how bad it is. I appreciate your consideration, Lady Johanna, but you don't have to worry about me. I offer you this promise. On my honor as one of the 12 paladins of Charlemagne, I will fight them with all my might. Thank you, and I'm sorry. Was it Chris Patton playing Gawain? Really? In the Camelot movies? I never noticed. How can they rebel against humanity without a powerful reason for themselves? I don't know. It's kind of confusing. Who's grabbing whose balls? Nobody's grabbing anyone's balls. It's a hypothetical. We're talking about how much it would hurt. Instead of grabbing someone by the collar, grabbing them by the balls. That's all there's nothing deeper to read into it. I hope you can forgive me for insulting your pride. Oh no, you didn't do anything to apologize for. It makes sense you'd have doubts like that. But I've sworn to follow you and His Imperial Majesty to the end, no matter what. Damn it. Ever sit on your nuts? No, I have not done that. Oh, Gawain in Last Encore. You would... So they have a different voice for the Camelot films than Last Encore? I'd be surprised, actually. Because I thought that was all still Aniplex being tightly knit. So what would you do if Konstantinos and I decided to go different ways ourselves? Then again, Aniplex did choose to cut corners with Apocrypha and use Michelle Ruff for Artoria. Please, don't ask me that. It's like asking a child which of their parents they prefer. I'm sorry, I was only teasing. Meanie. Well, Bradamante refuses to believe that she, herself, and the paladins were fake. She's not trying to tell... Bradamante's not telling Johanna that Johanna is real. You know what I mean? Damn, all of this for one fucking assassin. Why are you even here? But oh, guts. How many guts you get? One. I don't know, man. This is weird. Weird. I don't know. I don't know if I've watched it in dub. I might have. I don't remember. You were kicked in the balls before? I'm sure it does hurt a lot. I think and hope that people will start doing AI voices from the Japanese versions, and having them dub the English dub. That would be great if people do it. You know, I'm not 100% on board with that. I do think in theory it could be cool. If the AI gets that good, then you can just literally have the exact same voice in different languages. And just hire somebody who's really good at doing different accents and stuff. And they could be the underground voice. And just mimic everyone else's performance to theirs. Or everyone else's voices to their performance. Kind of like what I do right now with dai-chan. JP Karlak is who's been playing him in everything since. JP Karlak. Okay, when I heard JP, I thought Japan. Imagine Kerry Walgren was just unavailable for Apocrypha. I don't know, man. I don't know why they don't do that. I've always wondered. I always wondered a bit why Kate Higgins didn't keep up with it. Though I think the reason was because of, I suspect it was a union thing. That's what I meant. Pope Johanna's accepted she's a figment of someone else's imagination, but Bradamante refuses to accept that she, too, is a figment of someone's imagination. Well, the assumption being that there might be some remnants or specks of truth regarding Bradamante's situation. At least it might be based on something real. Like in the world of Fate, King Arthur did exist, that kind of shit, you know? Like this person made a mistake, kicked me in the balls, but didn't mean it. Oh, okay, well that's better than them deliberately kicking you in the balls. Actually, I don't know. I don't know. And theoretically, you could just have those Japanese actors, when they're providing voices for the voice bank, just go ahead and say certain English stuff. It might sound Englishy. Actually, maybe you don't want it to do that. Like, they built the funny Neko Arc singing videos, like 1,000 Miles and the other one, off of off of Neko Arc's Japanese voice. but gave it English phrases and it sounded somewhat decent. What are your thoughts on Game of Thrones? Never watched it. I have no thoughts regarding that because I have not seen it. It's one of those things that everyone loved back in the day. But everyone felt betrayed by season 2, right? Or the final season is what I meant. I just read you saying last season or 2 in my brain. Well, I'm saying yes, chaos. That's a valid theory. I just don't know what the actual answer is. I've heard good AI dubs of Japanese characters translated in English. Maybe it's a fan-made thing, it can work, but yeah, I still can't handle the dialogue completely still. I don't know. Will Grand Order ever be fully animated? Highly unlikely, in my opinion. Yes, I agree, your collection is most likely smaller. I mean, I don't see your collection, but you're just talking numbers, and I think I've already said more than you got. We'd have to count them. God, it would take a lot of seasons. I mean, you would need, theoretically, well, maybe not an entire season for every arc of FGO, respectively. Babylonia was big. Camelot had the 3 films. Could have used a series for sure. You only have 47? Yeah. Alright, everyone. It's time we put our plan together. Yes, a good plan is key to a successful assassination. That's what my senior assassins are always telling me. Our first target is Kriemhild's second-in-command, Zhang Jue. If we're to succeed, we must get him to leave this singularity. Formidable as his noble phantasms and spells are, his intelligence is even far greater a threat. I considered using some sort of magecraft to render him unconscious, neutralizing him, and then bringing him back here. Can't we just kill him? But ultimately I decided we need to completely eliminate any chance of me using that intellect against us. Again, Chaos, it's a theory. I don't know. I don't know. We will assassinate him, as such a dire threat deserves. Got it, I hear you. It's always possible for targets to change when you're making decisions at your own discretion on site. So it's great that we're all on the same page about this now. Solid communication. There are 3 key parts to this plan we need to decide: the how, the where, and the when. For the how, obviously, we'll have to ambush him. Precisely. Sniping him would be far too risky. Perhaps it would be a different story if we had a truly first-rate archer on our side, but... No, even then, I doubt sniping would succeed. Our target is, after all, Zhang Jue, the leader of the Yellow Turbans. Yeah, depending on what Taoist art he uses, his defenses could be airtight. Oh, I see. So that's why you called me here. Indeed. We realized we would need the help of a professional in the sage arts. The secretary already gave us permission to bring you on board. It's unfortunate that she's part of the rebellion, but assassins should be able to contain her if things take a turn. Wait, what? She's part of the rebellion? Huh? Huh? What do you mean by that? She's a part of the rebellion. Though, of course, we'll have to do our best to ensure things don't come to that. Still, I don't know if I can make it all the way to the Revenge Realm's castle. I'm not exactly what you'd call nimble. Compared to most people, I'm kind of, Well, yeah, as I'm saying, it's a theory. An educated guess, a theory, whatever, semantics, bullshit, would fill Marsh with lots and lots of mana, yes. I see that. You just finished Lost Belt 7? That's cool. I still have not played it myself, because I don't do JP. Yeah, what do they mean about Shufu being part of the rebellion? A slowpoke? Yeah, that's it. Can I leave now? Person who docked Hololive members? Yeah, I heard about that. His video seems like absolute trash, too, that guy. He's like accusing them all of being racist for especially not even understanding the Japanese language. People who do that, I want to just like slap silly. Because I'll say it right now, like in Japanese, like to run away is like nigero. That's not even remotely sounding like what you think it sounds like. That said, as far as the N-word is concerned, I cannot stand how often that guy just can't shut up. Every word comes out of his mouth is the N-word. It's like, Jesus, shut the fuck up. It's like, I get it, you're black, you can say it. Doesn't mean you don't have to have, like, a sophisticated vocabulary. Yes, you want Fujino and Melty Blood. Huh? I can't, or don't ping anybody. Anyway, no. Now come on, get over it. What about Vaj? Yeah, he's an absolute douchebag. Alright, now that Miss Shufu is here, let's discuss the where and when of the plan. First of all, Zhang Jue's behavioral patterns. According to the scouts we've had tracking him, Zhang Jue spends most of his time in the Revenge Realm's capital, with the occasional excursion to Fort Azagu? Creamhild has entrusted him with the authority over all the surrounding area. Yes, ghetto speak is perhaps another way of putting it, I guess. He also sometimes causes problems for the Reinstatement Realm during the Revenge Realm's expeditions. Well, I don't know. I just could not possibly fathom somebody getting offended when VTubers from Japan repeat that one line from Grand Theft Auto. Especially because, honestly, it's not the hard R. It's not. It never was, and that's part of the joke, too. So I just can't understand anybody who doesn't listen to that and, like, laugh, because it's so obscure to hear, like, a cute little Japanese girl repeat, like, this, like, slang they don't understand. It's funny. Yeah, I don't know enough about Papa Meat, and I don't want to know, because that name just pisses me off. That's gross. He is an excellent leader to his troops. However, these troops vary tremendously in terms of quality, and he cannot fill those gaps on his own. As a result, he frequently loses these skirmishes, but he's also quick to retreat to safety when this occurs. In this ongoing war between the realms, Zhang Jue himself has never suffered so much as a scratch. Though he seems not to be particularly skilled in personal combat, he makes up for it with his sheer adaptability. Charamile? Doesn't she do Makoto in Persona 5? Among many others. And Asuna. Also Asuna. In effect, one can say he is the Revenge Realm's second king. Suffice to say, it would be beyond foolish to try and assassinate him in the capital. Without an escape route, chances are any such attempt would fail, even if we were to risk our own lives to accomplish our goal. Were we to try assassinating him on his way to Fort Azagu, her would have an excellent chance of slipping through our fingers. Typos, oh my. So I have concluded that our best bet is to infiltrate the fortress and assassinate him there. Oh, she's Sailor Venus, huh? It is a crazy name, yeah. Does he talk with his meat out? I hope not. However, even with this plan, our odds of success remain low. If we only trust luck to see us through, we are doomed to failure. That is tricky. I guess it all comes down to how tight the fortress's security is. Yes, it all comes down to how defenseless his anus is. We can assume it is tight indeed, but perhaps not so tight that there's no room for us to slip through. Tell us, Miss Shufu, how would you go about protecting this fortress? Do we know how this fortress is built and where? Let me see. Yeah, here we go. It's all in this document. Yeah, this place is practically airtight. You can tell. I don't know if the first thing about Western spells, but I've almost got a sixth sense for Eastern ones. To put it another way, if they did use any Western spells here, I wouldn't be able to tell you anything about them. But I can tell this fortress is built using Chimenduja, a Dunja. Sorry. Basically, you use astrology and clarimancy to determine the optimal orientation of all sorts of objects. It works on everything from people to armies to castles. It can tell you things like the best way for you to walk, or a direction where you're sure to fail. As I recall, Zhuge Liang used it during the Three Kingdoms period. Oh yeah? The unreturning formation. I've heard of that too. Anyway, my point is, Zhang Jue used his Taoist arts to lock his fort Azagu down tighter than a tangu drum. If Mashu were airtight, that sounds odd. But historically speaking, once you've breached a fortress, capturing it is simple. It may be that these Taoist arts are the only notable defenses we must overcome. So basically, it all comes down to this servant. Huh? You mean me? Yeah, okay, I'll do it. Really, when you think about it, that guy might look older, but I actually go further back than he does. Hell, I was a genuine court sorcerer for China, all the way back in the time of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Sure, I was involved in a different matter for a while, and my knowledge of Taoist is a little fuzzy. But I'm sure I'll figure something out. Well, I know what you're talking about, Dawson. It's okay, Juju. I believe in you. Shufu, sorry. Huh? Who the hell said you could come up with a nickname for me? But, you know, it's kind of a good fit. No, knock it off. I insist you show me the respect I deserve. You will address me as Lady Shufu, got it? How exactly do we go about this? Do we need to conduct reconnaissance on the fortress to get past its Taoist defenses? No. I think we can put together a counter-strategy based on what we know now. For example, let's say there was a talisman used in Taoist arts, and a talisman that can counteract it. You can make a whole bunch of the latter kind now. And from there, I can hammer the basics of Taoist arts into your heads, so you know what to do with them. Yeah, this could work. The new Nikkei will be for feet fans? Interesting, I haven't seen them yet. Yeah, this could work. Excellent. I can finally see a way forward. We'll begin with combat training in teams to reach the minimum of teamwork necessary to execute this plan. We'll also help Miss Shu Fu with her item construction, while having her coach us in the basics of Taoist arts. All while hammering out the details of this plan before the day of the mission arrives. Sounds reasonable. Then I'm gonna need you guys to bring me a bunch of materials I need for the talismans as soon as possible. Oh, like what? We should be able to use forbidden pages for the paper. Oh, and there's one more important thing. What's that? A random fight. We cannot build this talisman without cock feathers. And again, it's one single berserker, but at least he doesn't have guts. Time to use Rongo Minyad for chicken. Well, if I brought anyone against Rongo Minyad. King Vorpal Chicken. Get out of here, turd.
先に進みましょう。宴会は大勝利の後に取っておきます。
Oh, now we'll just have to collect lots of chicken's blood. At least they're big enough that there's plenty to go around. I see. We write the talisman's incantations in chicken blood. Yep, that's right. Honestly, I don't know how much help these talismans are gonna be against Zhang Jue's fortress. But it should at least be better than trusting to blind luck to save our asses. Quite so. Very well then, let's get down to business to defeat the Revenge Realm. Let's do it! Friendship, solidarity, hard work. Now that's the recipe for success. Coming from the Skull Man. What a weirdly sentimental assassin. The Hassans are kinda like that. Honestly. I've had no need to, like, exchange for new types of apples. Because I've got plenty of items on my own to play forever now. Okay, so we're fighting castas. But we don't know how many. Until I know better, I'm gonna stick with my current party. Because she just, like, stampedes everybody. Oh shit, we're starting right away. That's weird. No, Dawson, I did not see your question. Guess who your number 3 favorite waifu are from Higurashi. No, why are we talking about Higurashi now? We've talked about Higurashi so many times now that there's nothing more to say. I mean, I know you like Rika. Whoa, what a shitty... this sucks. Alright. Surely we can kill this thing without a noble phantasm yet. Damn it, not in one turn. You bastard. All because my cards suck. Oh well. No, I said Rika. There's Rika and Rena, right? They're both in there. Did you see the new outfit for Castoria? What do you mean, the new outfit? Oh, outfit art. What is it, a craft essence or an actual thingy? I mean, I know she gets a summer form, and it's freaking dope. Craft essences? I don't know if I've seen a new craft essence from it then. A few days later. I don't think I can read another word. Me neither. I suppose none of you will be surprised to hear this work suits me quite well. Well, we don't want any of you getting overwhelmed or confused, so we may as well stop here. Let us not forget that the three of us are rank amateurs. For a stopgap measure, I believe this should be quite sufficient. I dare say our teamwork has improved considerably as well. And according to Count Vlad, the army's training is almost complete. Guess that means we'll be heading out soon. Indeed. As previously discussed, only the 4 of us will undertake this mission. Miss Sarah, I'll be counting on your simple summons to augment our combat capabilities. Yeah, between her summons and the 3 of you, you should be able to, you should be strong enough to take down Zhang Jue. Would you consider Rika loli or legal loli? She's technically a legal loli, but she's not, her body is certainly not that old. She's just mentally that old. It's one of those weird situations. Like, if time were allowed to move forward for her in any normal capacity, she would not have been a loli for long. Besides, the bigger the operation, the more likely... the bigger the operation, the more likely the enemy is to discover what we're up to. I'd say we're at the tipping point here. I take it there are no objections? Then let's begin the mission. Here's to our victory and the power of teamwork! At least it's better than the power of friendship. I swear there's something about this assassin that screams shonen manga protagonist. We'll be departing first thing tomorrow morning, so I believe we should say our goodbyes now. What is it, sir? Did you throw out your back? I did. I could really use a massage Wait, no, that's not it. I was just thinking, I know there's probably not much sense in bringing this up now. But are we sure it's not too dangerous for Lady Sarah to join us on this mission? I understand your concerns very well, Don Quixote. But I'm afraid this master has to stay close to her summoned servants. Usually there are ways for masters to stay at a safe distance while supporting their servants. But they're all beyond Sarah's abilities. She has no choice but to wade into the fray herself. While I'm technically qualified to be a master, I'm not in a position to summon any servants right now. You're goddamn right you aren't. We're certainly not about to give a mage who already betrayed proper human history once the right to summon his own servant again. No skin off my nose. I could happily go the rest of my life without commanding another servant. So there you have it, Don Quixote. As much as it pains me, and it really does, really truly does pain me, we have to let her go along if we're to have any hope of assassinating Zhang Jue. I'll do it. Sir, I don't know about you, but the Chaldean's explanation makes sense to me. There's nothing more for you and me to do besides pray for their success. I guess you're right. Lady Sarah, whatever you do, make sure you make it back alive. I, Don Quixote, shall await your return with the highest of hopes. Thanks, I promise I'll come back safe. I'll be back. Well said. Oh, did I sound like a real knight there? You did, sir, you really did. Well, then maybe I should go along after all. Absolutely not. Drat. Here I thought I was going pretty well. No matter how much of a knight you may be, your place right now is on the throne. You like your older look? Yeah. It may not be easy, but you must be patient all the same. Alright then, Master. I hate to send you on this mission alone. I understand that I'm essentially useless as a servant now that I cannot fight, but you are going to fight, aren't you, Count? I can't argue with that. Rest assured, I'll make sure our diversion gets the enemy's attention. Sherlock Holmes? What about Tanya? I guess that would qualify as a legal loli. I mean, we got the mental maturity there, but the body, perhaps not. I know, Count Vlad. I will do everything in my power to ensure our master's safety. Astolfo? Yeah? I would like you to accompany Master and her team over to the edge of the Revenge Realm. You got it! Looks like I'm coming along for a little while myself. Not you, though, Roland. You've got another job to do. Yeah. I'd lend you guys my Oliphant, but I'm the only one who can blow it, so... well, for the time being, focus on staying alive. You say that's what you've always done? Then I guess I've got no advice to give. I'd like to throw you all a send-off party before you leave. But my sir thinks it would be better to save that for your return. Indeed. When you return, victorious from your operation, we'll throw a party to celebrate. That sounds better to me, too. Or we'll never finish this thing. Then I'll have everything ready by the time you get back. Ooh, a party! I can't wait! And not just any party, but a real... Say, Sancho? Yes, sir? How can you tell when a party's a gala? Now that I think about it, the only kind of party I've ever been to is the Harvest Festival. What about the celebration of the Duchess and Don Diego threw for you? Well, I guess the Duchess's was more awkward than celebratory, but still. At any rate, just leave it all to me, sir, though I will rely on you for most of all the grunt work. Fine with me. I have no idea how to plan a party myself, so just tell me what to do and I'll do it. That's what I like to hear. Morning, Sarah. You still have some time before you need to leave. Want to get a little more shut-eye? No, I think I'll go for a walk, because we need more cutscenes! Roger that. Roger Dodger! Looks like nobody else is here yet. Ah, there you are, you bastard. Morning. How have you been, pal? Oh, hello. I don't believe we've met. Oh, is that Chaldea on the line? Nice to meet you. I'm Seton, Sarah's comrade in arms. Still going with Seton, huh? At this point, you better believe I'm gonna keep going with it, for as long as I can. Besides, I'm pretty sure I won't be stepping on any other servant's toes. Anyway, what are you doing up this early? Hell, it's basically still night. Got a lot going on this morning, so... Sarah, are you sure we can trust this servant? Don't worry about me. I won't tell anyone. Nobody likes a rat. I'm just really sorry I can't be of much help myself. Well, how about you at least show me your face, then? Sorry, but I'm gonna have to keep the Mystery Man thing going for a while. Knowing when to do a thing is almost as important as knowing what thing to do. That said, I'm not loving how I've got to draw this out either. I can't tell you to trust me or that it'll definitely be worth the wait. But if you can guess my identity on your own, hopefully it'll be a sign of good fortune coming your way. Oh hey, is it morning already? Hang in there, pal. I'll be rooting for you. The sun does not work like it just did. That is not how things work. I'm gonna try and take care of my own business as best as I can, too. He's a real mystery man, alright. His spirit origin's no stronger than a phantom spirit's, so I'm sure he really is weak. But he is a servant. You don't sense any hostility from him, right? None. Okay, I trust your judgment on these things. But if that's all true, I wonder why he won't help. I suppose we'll just have to trust him when he says he's got his reasons. Okay, let's head back to the castle for now. You've got a long day ahead of you. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know why that's in my head. Is everyone ready? Yeah, I guess. All good here. Then let's get going. Remember, we'll be heading very deep into Revenge Realm territory. We're about to encounter enemies on the way. But we won't necessarily need to fight our way through them. Good. If we must, we can always run. In fact, I had Miss Shu Fu pack numerous talismans, specifically for that purpose. Just be aware that we won't be able to use them every time. Also, we could be in trouble if the enemy has a caster too. Hey, you guys all ready? I'd say so, yes. Got it. I'll be taking you guys right up to the border in one of those golem-drawn carriages. Thanks. What's your favorite FGO vocal song? I actually don't know. I don't think I have one. Okay then, let's get going. I know you're probably sick of hearing this by now, but remember, the direction we infiltrate the fortress from will be crucial. Chimendun Jia is an extremely complex spell, but it always goes in a set order. And it doesn't matter how strong the sorcerer casting it is. In some ways, it's a lot like a gun. If you want to fire a gun, no matter who you are, you have to load it, disengage the safety, and pull the trigger. No matter how good a shot you are, you can't fire a gun without doing all these things, right? It's the same with this spell. It might be complex, but it's not invincible. For example, say it made it so that no one could enter the building from any direction. If you cast a spell like that on a castle, then how would its defenders come and go? So we can definitely get inside. The problem is that doing so will be complex and not at all intuitive. I'll do my best to solve the riddle, but in case I get it wrong, you'll try again? Unfortunately, unlike video games, real life doesn't have a continue option. Anyway, assuming we make it inside, there probably won't be that many soldiers to contend with. I presume we'll have Chimendun Jia to thank for that as well. Yep. Not only is it fiendishly difficult to navigate, but the people inside could also mess it all up by inadvertently screwing with orientations. So they wouldn't be able to station many other servants in there, even if they wanted to, which they don't. Be that as it may, we do believe we will encounter some sort of military resistance inside. You know, I just finally realized this. It's whenever we're in a horse-drawn carriage that they wall off the left and right sides of the screen. And the character's either inside the carriage talking to us like Holmes, or outside the carriage talking to us like Diarmuid was before. I mean, I just know the letters that you have to pronounce specifically, like the X's are sh's and the ZH's are j's or whatever, you know, that kind of stuff. Chinese is a very, not rhythmic, what do you call it, like tonal language, where like words themselves can change based on the pitch that you say them at, which is very interesting. So I'm pretty much ignoring that entire side of the language when I'm speaking. Most likely some sort of being Zhang Jue controls with his Taoist arts in lieu of servant soldiers. I did take a Chinese history course and they kinda taught me that a little bit. The weirdest one is Cao Cao and stuff like that, with the TS, the one that was a C, and not knowing when that's actually going to be the case. Yeah, that's a good point. If he uses familiars or something along those lines, he could severely restrict their behavioral patterns to make sure they don't mess up the spell. That would make them much harder to control, though, so I think we still have a shot at this. Thank you, Miss Shufu. Going over all this ahead of time has been a great help. We'll be counting on your assistance inside the fortress as well, as your skills will be crucial to this operation. However, there's one other key to this operation that needs to be addressed. Oh right, you mean me, don't you? I take it your noble phantasm is equal to the task of killing Zhang Jue? A lot of what I know is actually from the later Dynasty Warriors games. They do a lot better. Back in the day, they did terrible. I think they were still calling him like Cao Cao instead of Cao Cao, which would have been nuts. Yes. It may not be as strong as the first Hassan's, but my noble phantasm is by no means weak. Although, thinking back on it, maybe pride is what kept me from ever matching his. And no, nothing is ever gonna top just, like, actually learning the fucking language, you know? Or learning parts of it. Through, like, classes and authority figures. I'd trust those over what a dubbing department says in any particular localization. Yeah, I actually remember when I was playing Dynasty Warriors and they'd said Cao Cao, and I'm like, what? That's not how it's spelled. Yeah, I used to call him Cao Cao all the time when I was a kid. Like the PS2 eras, but then we reached the PS3s and I'm like, what? What? Speaking of which, Lady Sarah, I understand you've met a number of the Hassans yourself. Was Shu Fu originally a woman? I think she was. May I ask what they're like? We got friendly. They're generally pretty friendly, all things considered. They're all really great people. Well, that's really confusing, Chaos, because Japan, for some reason, has its own reading for most Japanese, for most Chinese names. It's a completely different name than what we use, and that can be very confusing. So maybe this also comes from the Japanese version of the name, too. I see. Case in point, Chaos, you can never trust a localizer entirely, because just look what the fuck happened to Clannad. That was the biggest travesty I have ever seen. They had their people saying Yushio instead of Ushio, and that completely ruined the entire experience of that dub. And back in the day, they also used to say Chan, like dai-chan instead of dai-chan. And it's like, what the fuck? Do you guys have any experience in the field you're actually in? I mean, they got better, but still. Like in Ikitosen, there's Hakufu Sonsaku, you know, the main character. Yet, at the same time, that is a character from Dynasty Warriors with a completely different Chinese name. And I'm like, oh. In fact, let me see here. I wanna double check that. Ah, yes. So, Sonsaku Hakufu in Japanese is Sun Se in Chinese. I'm sure you recognize that a little bit if you know anything about Three Kingdoms era shit. Don't you think you're cherry picking? No? Because those are all real examples of butchered dubs. I could still find more. I've been watching them for many, many years. But yeah. Yusuke Urameshi? I don't know. Well, Yusuke is actually Yusuke. It's not Usuke. They did fuck up... What was it? Sho Tucker. They said Shao Tucker, which is wrong. I could understand why they did that, though, because... it's not a Japanese name. The dude is not Japanese in any capacity. It's supposed to be like a Western name. Tucker and all that. Well, now I feel a little embarrassed, making big proclamations to someone as accomplished as you. But I hope you'll trust me to see this mission through. Hey guys, you got a minute? What is it? Well... one of our squads is fighting a skirmish with one of the Revenge Realm squads. I see. What's the situation? It looks like we're losing, but at least they're already prepared to retreat. So what do you guys want me to do? Go around them since this is a stealth mission? That would probably be best. What do you think, Miss Sarah? If you let me steer clear, I'm gonna do it. 'Cause I don't want to fight more. Gotcha! The squad does seem like they have things handled. Okay, we'll take a detour then. I wonder if I would have actually had to fight a battle had I chosen that. Well, no, the dub was an absolute mess. Because, shit, what's her name? Damn it. Nagisa's voice actor in that story. Damn it. She was opposite David Matrenga. Lucy Christian. Sorry. Lucy Christian was saying it properly. Ushio. A lot of characters said it properly, Ushio. But in the same conversation, one character would go, Ushio. Like, they say it, and then the other guy's like, Ushio? Ushio? No, that's an absolute travesty. You can't do that. You can't call yourself a professional if you do that. That's like calling a taco a taco. They were less experienced, yes, but we need to hold them to a higher standard. Since you said you intend on eventually making waifu files of Danganronpa, does that mean you'll play all the games or just watch gameplay? No. It means that if I cover them, it would be the anime. And I know the anime only gets to, like, scratch the surface. But unless those other ones get anime, I don't know if I have enough excitement to prioritize Danganronpa. But now that you've mentioned Danganronpa, I'm sure Dawson's not going to let me hear the end of it. There, we made it past without a prob... Huh? Wah! Well, you tried your best. Demonic beast attack! Demonic beast attack! Oh, okay, I guess it just determines what you fight. Either you fight servants or you fight demons. You can't avoid both. Your top four, yes. You brought them up all of a sudden. We're not talking about Higurashi, though. Okay, Naruto versus Naruto is not nearly as bad. Like, Nagisa versus Nagisa. I couldn't care less. You still have the right vowels. You gotta get your vowels right when pronouncing Japanese. That's the one thing you gotta do. In order to teach another language, I would have to actually, like, become fluent in another language. I've never reached that far on them, but I know enough about Japanese, anyway, to confirm that shit. Ugh, well, I guess I'd better help out a little, too. Why not just agree to do so in the first place? I don't know what you're saying, Chaos. Just a bunch of mistakes on my not knowing shit because years ago. And in the case of your examples, it was, but it's otherwise great. No, we don't need to. We need to hold them to a higher standard, meaning that we've already raised the bar since back then. So we need to maintain at least that standard. We gotta raise the bar on them changing useless bullshit. Not even mattering of accuracy, but just because they feel like it. That's a whole other can of worms, though. Do I have to put Astolfo there? Nope. Sorry, Astolfo. I got my own of you if I wanted to use you. Shiro versus Shiro. Shiro. The R is tricky, because the R is like a flick of the tongue. Shiro. Which also sounds like a D a lot of times. I've had many times where they're like, did you just say Shido? I'm like, no. You idiot. I'm just kidding. Dio is easy as piss. It doesn't help that on the casual side of like fighting games and stuff, we still got people saying Ryu. That's the worst for me. I'm like, dude. Well, I'm not saying that I'm not saying they said Naruto in their dub. I'm just saying I couldn't care less if someone says that, because it's not as bad as it could be in that case. At least it's somewhat correct. Riko went way down because what Riko did to Satoko. Yeah, well, Satoko did shit to Riko that was unforgivable also. They both suck. That whole thing was a mess. Yes, it's not rye bread. It's Re bread. No, it's like Re-Zero. Ryu. Pokemon are worst about it? We still got a lot of people who say Pokemon. Well, they even say that in the dub. Speaking of, I heard that the lady who plays the voice of Misty, which by extension is also Amelia in Slayers, is battling against cancer right now, which is terrible. Well, yeah, we've got Ryu Hayabusa in Ninja Gaiden, or Ryu Hoshi from Street Fighter. They all count. Well, of course, alongside that, you've got Hadouken. It's not Hadouken, you Hadouki Duke. Hadouken! Like dope! Like Homer stubs his toe and shoots a fireball out of his face. That kind of dope. When I watch anime and dub, I've only noticed some differences, but it doesn't bother me. Well, just because it doesn't bother you, doesn't mean it's not important to other people. And you need to be aware of that. There's so much localization and censorship defending that goes on just because it's like, it ain't my problem, therefore it's not a problem. And I'm like, bullshit. No, not Lisa Ortiz. Lisa Ortiz did not do Misty. That was Lena. I said Amelia. What's her name? Let me look her up. The original Misty. I'm sure she's changed voices a couple times, but... Is it Rachel Lillis? I think it might be Rachel Lillis. Yes, it's Rachel Lillis. She also played Jessie, which is crazy. Well, Shion versus Shion is very close together. That's not as big a deal either. Shion. Because it's not Shion, but it does have the all. So Shion. Shion, not Shion. But that would also be a way to get maybe closer to the vowel. Feels like a bar fight. I don't know. Dawson, I don't know what I'm agreeing to. I don't see anything. Yes, Satoko is pretty bad. Yes. I don't need to agree. I was the one who first said it. I'm agreeing with myself, then. No, we're not gonna leave Dragon Maid alone until they stop doing more things just like they do with Dragon Maid in the modern era, which they do all the time. And if you want to swap out Dragon Maid, we could always go for, non-binary hoes. That works just as badly. There we go. All beasties gone. Now we can collect all the materials. As much as I wish we could, I'm afraid time is of the essence. Our mission is an urgent one. Plus, I'm not even bringing up Dragon Maid in this case. We're talking about pronunciation. Dragon Maid didn't have a pronunciation issue. It had a script issue. Oh, looks like we're almost there. Yep, this is the Revenge Realm, all right. I know, I'm the one who said that Satoko screwed over Reina. Oh, bad things to Reina? She did bad things to everyone. On the topic of Shion, would you pick her as your favorite Xenogame main pro tag? That's a good question. I mean... Shion, I would not pick. She's a really cool character, but my god, towards the end of the game of Xenosaga 3, she becomes kind of insufferable. She's just so, like, an emotional dumpster fire with, what's-his-face? With Kevin. Well, I wasn't talking to you, Haggis, about Dragon Maid either, but... That's how censorship works. Whether it's a butchered localization or they take something out. Stellar Blade's the same way. It's just a little bit, so why do you care? The most of it is fine. Well, because I care about that little bit. And when there's a lot of little bits scattered across an entire industry of bullshit, then you're like, yeah, that sucks. And no one's saying you can't like it in spite of those flaws, but that those are, in fact, flaws. Well, Luvia says Shero, and that's kind of like, almost like a joke. But yes. Would you rather side with Rika or Satoko? No, I want to slap the shit out of both of them. Well, maybe not. But I want them to learn. Enel loves Shion. I don't hate her. I don't hate anybody in that. Unfortunately, Fiora doesn't count as a main character. And Senna doesn't count as a main character necessarily either. Even though I love the shit out of both of them. You're not bad for being okay with it. But you don't want to dismiss other people, just saying, it's not a problem for me, therefore it's not a problem for you. Okay, this is as far as I go. I'll head back on my hippogriff. See you guys later, and good luck. We're all counting on you. We won't let you down. Which continuity do have the best waifus? What do you mean by continuity? I never had a problem with Rex. He's a goofball. Woohoo! See you later, Astolfo. My predictions never pan out, but I've got a good feeling about this mission. Well, bye! Bye! Hippogriff! If his predictions never pan out as he says, then perhaps we should expect things to go poorly. Come on, let's go. If you do, Doc, don't forget Kyoko. I would never leave out a major waifu in a waifu files. If I did, I'd have to, like, remake the damn thing. Like, a major waifu, of course. Let's. Man, I don't like this. Sometimes I'd cover a bunch of waifu that are probably so extremely insignificant I probably don't have to. But it helps. Voyager's that weird guy who looks like Palpatine a little bit, don't he? Like all gray in the face and shit. Well, no, when I say I don't hate them, I would probably say that I appreciate them for what they're supposed to be in the story. If they're unrelenting piece of shit bad guys, then I can appreciate that, you know? Has the average anime enjoyer been on Steam recently? What does that mean, the average anime enjoyer? Are you trying to imply something? Elaborate, please. Voyager is the blonde male kid. That's in Fate Grand Order. We're talking about Zeno. Very different Voyager. 5,000. That is as many servants as the righteous realm can currently field in their army. Their number includes about 60 heroic spirits. The rest are phantom spirits. Large though those numbers are, they have no hope of defeating either the Revenge or Reinstatement realm. Oh, wait. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, Stream. My bad. I see Steam, and I thought Steam like the gaming service. My bad! I read it wrong. It does say Stream. Gotcha, my bad. You're so good. I was confused. Even so, there was a beauty to be found in directing a group of highly trained servants toward a common goal. How's my wife doing? She was feeling kind of crappy yesterday. I hope she's doing better. She came home a little earlier today, but I haven't spoken to her since I'm streaming, and she hasn't come to say hello. You should play Danganronpa too. Yeah. Again, though, it's just not my highest priority. This will be the Righteous Realm's first large-scale battle. As I've said, this will be the culmination of your training, as you may think of it as another exercise if you like. But know that anything less than your best effort will be considered an act of treason. Oh, come on. Treason not against me, but our Emperor, Charles the Great. Remember, this battle is not meant to demonstrate our might to the Revenge Realm. It is to show your devotion to our Emperor. I am aware that he is not present here with us. He is, however, using a spell of far sight to observe each and every one of you. Have I touched the Trails games? Not really. I played the very, very first one on PSP for, like, a little bit, and wasn't able to get through it. I think I just got distracted by something else. That's usually what happens. Then I've played Tokyo Xanadu, which, while it's not a Trails game, has a lot of somewhat similar things to it a little bit. I'm excited. I've been really wanting to play Kuro no Kiseki, but I guess at this rate, I'm probably just better off buying the localized version, because that's coming out somewhat soon this year, along with the new East 10 Nordics? How's my brother? He seems to be doing well. He's back teaching school for the semester. I think he's heading towards the summer soon, but he doesn't like that because he doesn't like the heat. By the way, I've always wondered, but what would you say me and Dawson are similar? Would you? You might be. Sometimes I have a hard time reading your guys' sentences due to grammar, in that regard. Tokyo Xanadu, it's alright. It was a pretty decent game. Nothing mind-blowing. I think Falcom has a huge problem right now, releasing that, releasing a game like every year for every one of their franchises is, I think, a bad call. They need to slow the fuck down and make better games and not more games. Because even though their games are decent, they're not nearly up to polish enough, and they feel like, that was alright. Remember that well and fight with honor. Show our Emperor that his is the righteous way. We have nothing to fear from either the Revenge or Reinstatement Realm. Show them what you're capable of. No! Oh God, please. Please let everyone come back safely. I think it might be better for you. For your heart if you didn't watch this, sir. Why don't I keep an eye on things while you just focus on praying? Depends, he's a big dub guy and you're a big sub guy, I guess. Well, I don't know how big a dub guy Haggis is, but they seem to be watching them and not minding them, so yeah. It slowed down. Kuro 2 is like 2022. Kai is coming late this year, I believe. Kai no Kiseki? In Japan? I don't know. I still want them to slow down. However, Kuro no Kiseki is the first one in the series that looks like it's got a bit more polished graphics and character designs that really excite me. So assuming they don't fuck up the release, I do plan on buying that game, the English version. Well, Square, that would be like saying we need to make a Final Fantasy every fucking year, which would be bad. Stream or no? Probably not going to stream it, no. We really aren't cut out to be the Charles the Great, are we? Ironic, a decision we made to save ourselves is bringing us closer to death. I don't know how we're ever going to get out of this. Pokemon is also really in a rut now, too. Getting their butt kicked by Pal World. And Pal World isn't even that great a game, let's be real here. Doesn't even look half finished, either. I have an urgent message, my queen. The Righteous Realm's army is on the move. They're headed straight for our Fort Worms. Fort Worms? Seriously? So they've finally shown up. How many troops? Yuri Hentai? Yeah, a lot of the retro stuff is really nice, admittedly. But finding good hentai these days in general is hard. At least in terms of we're talking strictly animation. Manga, you're good in. Manga still has amazing things coming out, but... So they've finally shown up. How many troops? No more than 5,000, my queen. Are you gonna stream some Shin Megami Tensei? Probably not. I would sooner do a Persona game than that. Did you not see all those announcements Square made last year? Maybe, maybe not. I probably just followed the ones I care about. Like, right now it's really sad that Square's, like, saying, yeah, Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth didn't meet expectation. I'm like, you could have, like, not censored Tifa literally days before release if you really wanted your games to, like, not flop. Because, yeah, Rebirth is a phenomenal game, but Square is a shitty company. How do you mediate the two? That's the hard part. And, I also wanted to give... Foam Stars a shot, but of course it's a live service game where you kind of have to have not just an internet connection, but more so the PlayStation Plus subscription, which I'm not gonna buy to play that one fucking game. No more than 5,000, my queen. I see. Then there's no need to mobilize our entire army in response. Still, they've never made a move like this. Recall the majority of our soldiers guarding our border with the reinstatement realm. Recall them. You gotta say, Yuri is the hardest of them to find. Yeah, they don't make enough of that. They really don't. You'd be lucky to get a Yuri scene in an otherwise non-Yuri story. I'll go meet this army as well, and get Zhang Jue here now. I mean, there's quite a lot of Yuri in terms of the manga world, but you can find pretty much everything in manga. I'm afraid I have some bad news, my queen. We can't get a hold of Lord Zhang Jue. I wonder what's going on. What would you have us do, my queen? Go out to meet the enemy. 10,000 troops ought to suffice. Well, no, Square apparently made a statement that the sales for Rebirth were below expectation. I think I just read that on Twitter this morning, or yesterday. Elite Knights, assemble your formations, now! Right away, my queen! Scum's Wish is alright. Well, no, I wouldn't mind playing a third-person shooter with a hot midriff-bearing waifu. That was my appeal of Foam Stars. The fact that it's a arena shooter, or team shooter like that, and whatnot, I couldn't care less about. But mostly it's just not a game I can buy, play, and be done with, like any other video game that I like to buy. I can only handle so many games that say, you need to log on now for this new event that just came out, or you're gonna be left out of the loop. Scare will keep putting Xenogears and Parasite Eve in collabs, but not give them, two of their classical franchises, a remake or new game. Well, Xenogears should not get a new game, period, unless you give the rights back to Tetsuya Takahashi. That was his game. You can't do it with that otherwise. As far as a remake goes, I don't know. It's weird to me, because Xenogears is one of those games I think benefits in a weird way from PS1 jank. I think it kind of like adds to the experience. What about FPS Nikke? First-person shooter Nikke would be stupid, because then you don't see the butts. Parasite Eve, what I would love to do, and I don't think current woke Square would ever be able to touch it anymore, is negotiate the fact that, one, you know, our protagonist is hot. Aya Brea is a sexy character. I've got a poster, a wall scroll of her right now, with her jacket opened, and she's not wearing any top, and it's an official art by Nomura for the game. It wasn't used in the game, but, you know, we had those, you know, shower scenes and things. Elements that show that she's a hot protagonist who kicks butt. We like her. And they got that particular aspect of it right for Third Birthday. But they ruined everything else about Third Birthday. The story, namely. So, if they could give us a new Parasite Eve that plays like old Parasite Eve, meaning an actual turn-based battle system using the ATB gauge with survival horror mechanics, and making sure to present Aya Brea as still somebody who is sexy. Doesn't have to be as ridiculous as her clothes falling apart every time she's bit by a monster or something. But if they could just do that, then I would trust them and I would be excited. The problem is, I feel like they're going to be like, oh, we screwed up Third Birthday so bad that if we're going to return to Parasite Eve, we have to, like, scrub everything we did with that. I'm like, well, no. The different outfits and the sex appeal and the quality graphics were good. I would want, graphically, I would want the Third Birthday, or sorry, a new Parasite Eve, to look like the FMV cutscenes of the Third Birthday, in terms of quality, in terms of the design of Aya herself. But ignore the story, ignore that style of gameplay, go back to it actually being survival horror with RPG mechanics, and that would be cool. Anyway, enough of that. Right away, my queen. I wonder what happened to him. Is he slacking off? Did he turn traitor? Did he die? I swear, just when I need that cunning old man most. What a hassle, the queen sighed. Let's turn back the clock a bit. Fort Azago. The fortress where Zhang Jue has shut himself away with 100 of his loyal servants. They say they're changing. I don't know about that. Time will tell, though. I'll give you that. This seems a small group, but in a fortress, where even security patrols are confined to a painfully specific route, they were more than sufficient. Especially with all of Zhang Jue's security measures. The fortress itself is also situated in the heart of the Revenge Realm's territory. Even were the other two realms aware of it, they would never send troops so far. Zhang Jue never enjoyed shutting himself up in this fortress, though. But he had two reasons for doing so. The first was supervision. As this fortress contains something taboo in the Revenge Realm, Zhang Jue could not relax without coming from time to time to check on it. He also wanted to make sure that none of the servants patrolling its halls had realized what that taboo was. Well, they just recently announced ditching exclusivity, which is fair. Letting Tifa have a hot bikini? I guess so, yeah? To an extent. Yeah, to an extent. It depends. They're firing Western consultants. I don't think Endymion was as much of a valid source of information as far as I'm aware, but maybe. He also wanted to make sure that none of the servants patrolling its halls had realized what that taboo was. I want to know what the taboo is. If they did, he would have no choice but to tie up loose ends. The second was preparation. Zhang Jue would never miss a chance to better prepare for rebellion. What about Hirohei? I mean, Hirohei just takes like literally a couple of seconds, reads aloud some tweets and says, "That's weird, isn't it?" And then kind of stops. He very rarely actually reports on like major news. Rev is much better by comparison in that regard, but for all three of them, admittedly though, the quality of their video is going to come down to the quality of their source, because most of them just say like, hey, there's this tweet, or there's this article, and they're just responding to it, you know? Not only to rebel against proper human history, but of course to rebel against Queen Creamhild as well. Oh, so you got a taboo in addition to the big giant monster thing. There's no telling how long she'll last, after all. Zhang Jue's concerns lay within Kriemhild's mental balance, or rather the lack thereof. He knew she had resorted to every trick. The good thing about Rev is that a lot of other content creators are watching Rev and listening to Rev now. And I think that's good. That's very good, in my opinion. What do you mean, any new Fate waifus? Like, from this event? I mean, Creamhild is pretty dope. We like her. We got a lot more development on Salome. She's not here anymore, but she was great. I know you don't care much for the franchise nowadays, but BlazBlue is going through a similar issue with Xenogears. The main director for the series left Arxis, so no new games. I mean, I guess that's what happens. Do you want a series to go on after its main creators have left? Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. The Tales series, I think we need a bit more games to know whether or not that's going to go anywhere good. You're going to cream in Creamhild? I'm sure you will. He knew she had resorted to every trick she could think of in her efforts to take vengeance for Siegfried, her beloved husband. She even went so far as to try and offer up her own body to Attila, aka Altera. Really? The depths of her hatred and her eye for strategy. Oh yeah, wait, never mind. That was in the truth. Never mind. That is part of her lore. You're right. Both far exceedingly ordinary parameters. I thought she was talking about the Attila in this singularity, but no, we're talking about her actual past. Zhang Jue knew that very well, and he also knew she was a berserker. However sane she might have seemed beneath that, she was still a monster whose heart burned with an unending thirst for revenge. So I'll be streaming for another hour, and then I'll wrap it up today. And so he understood that he would eventually have to rebel against her, even if it meant grinding her down to a nub in lieu of her completely falling apart. Now what am I going to do with him? His decision was rooted in his uncertainty about whether his trump card was an ace or a joker. If used well, he he could be a blade to Kriemhild's throat. If used poorly, he could destroy the whole Revenge Realm, and Zhang Jue with it. Yes, I will be streaming tomorrow and Friday. I will keep going until it's done. I'd like to get it done within those 2 days. And so we could trust the fine-tuning of this particular asset to no one else. Zhang Jue once commanded armies numbering in the tens of thousands. His schemes, ambitions, and desires were without end. But today, his lucky streak came to an end. In addition to his 2 secrets, he had also made 2 grave mistakes. First, he failed to account for the existence of another talented sorcerer, even if they may not have been quite on his level. And second, his second ultimately fatal mistake was failing to account for the world's greatest detective paying him a visit. I don't know if they needed to narrate it like that, because we're about to watch that happen. Yeah. Okay, this is Zhang Jue's Dunjia Pan, or Cosmic Board. Of course, it's probably pretty different from a conventional one, since it was made specifically for him. But that shouldn't matter as long as we can figure out the basic directions we need to go. Alright, Miss Shufu, where do we begin? Chimen Dunjia uses 8 geomantic gates. Xiu, Shang, Shang, Du, Jing, Si. I actually don't know the difference between that Jing and this Jing. Interesting. And Kai. We need to go through life, scene, and open, and avoid the other 5. Let's start with the life gate. Is this after Avalon Lefay? It sure is. Chronologically speaking, yes. This way, and of course, try to be as quiet as possible. Okay, everyone, follow me. As long as we stick to our training, my presence concealment skills should extend to the rest of you as well, at least a little. Though of course I'm just a run-of-the-mill assassin, not one of the Hassani Saba. So I'm afraid it may not be much better than nothing. That's alright, it should be more than enough. Now, shall we? Something's not right. Tch. What's wrong? Shit, this way leads to the Death Gate. Nobody move! Damn it. Zhang Jue must have made even more modifications to the Chimen Dunjia. We'll need to think exactly as he did now. A single mistake will put us in the Death Gate. Ooh. Yeah, spiritual successors are interesting. There are 3 enemy soldiers here. What shall we do? I would prefer to avoid them if we can. That could be a tall order. Which way next, Lady Shufu? We need to either keep going straight, or make a right turn here. We can't avoid them if we do that. Then I would at least like to keep this quiet. This extra modified silence amplifying talisman should be able to erase any sign of our battle, right down to our presence. But it won't last forever, so we'll have to take them out quickly, and without using our noble phantasms. Great. Fine with me. Alright, let's kill them. Counting down now. 3, 2, 1. Here goes. Huh? Enemy attack! Enemy huh? Crap, I can't talk! No, wait. I can't make any sound at all! Your lives are mine. Your butt is mine. That's not what he says, but it's funny. Alrighty. Wait, if I can't use my, if I can't use Noble Phantasms, then doesn't really matter if I'm choosing AoE or not. That's tricky. Okay. Well, a saber would not be bad. Let's bring a bunch of sabers. Couldn't be bad. Like, we're fine. Who's got the better assassins? We'll use this comma. We'll use this Castoria. And we'll use this Musashi. Other Musashi. Right. I'll pop Artoria in the back here too, just in case. Wait, is this her cap? Oh, that's Artoria casters. Where's that Shiro card? One's decent enough at Buster. So tired. Horsey, horsey. Alrighty. Well, good thing we got crits. Shit. Let's demolish this Lancer first. You're going to hell. What is this? Fighting invincible increase buster. Yep, good. Don't need to do invincible yet. Is that attack for all allies? I love you. Alrighty. This should work. I guess we'll do this, this, and that. Wait, where the fuck did that other guy go? He pushed away? You ran away! What the hell? What the hell? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Hey, just so you know, I left you a message on your master message in FGO. A little Easter egg for you. Oh. What's your name in FGO and whatnot? How would I know it's you? And what servant? I guess we would look at... Yeah. I guess there's just more of this. Alright. Red Hood is your favorite Nikke? She's good. I like her. Yeah, I'll just pick someone at random. Use real name Dante. Oh, happy to help Dai. Nice. There it is. I'm not going to use her right now because I don't need that servant, but yeah. Fine, we'll use the fucking Sherlock. We'll just throw him in the back. We don't need him. We got casters. Alright, who's a good assassin? You, of course. And we need a good rider. Oh wait, never mind. I read that wrong. Sorry, you're my rider. I need an assassin. My bad. I guess I'll bring Shiki. Why the hell not? Yeah, that'll do. I think I can win with that. Where does Kama come from again? What was that name called? That level? It was the... it was an event. You go through the Japanese labyrinth. The Oku, correct. There was something more to the title, but yeah. You don't spell midriff like that, because there's no T in midriff. Anyway, it's over. Nobody else seems to have noticed us. Let's keep going. We'll be heading into the basement from here. I hope your theory is right, Holmes. It is. Rest assured, we will find Zhang Jue there. I am no expert on Taoist arts, Miss Shufu, but thanks to you, I at least have a reasonable understanding of its processes. What has a process also has an endpoint. That is to say, all things have their logical conclusion. Here, that conclusion is the room next to the safest place in this fortress. That is where we'll find him. You know what? I think I screwed up. There's no guarantee that I'm going to be banned from using my Noble Phantasm for this fight. So I might just have to cancel out of the fight and re-enter. We'll find out. Huh? A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lord Zhang Jue. Oh, Sherlock Holmes, is it? I'm impressed you were able to navigate my Taoist arts cage. Me? Oh, no, not at all. I couldn't have done this alone. Even I cannot intuit the intricacies of another culture's secrets. But it is another matter entirely when I have the aid of one familiar with them. As long as I understand the process, I can arrive at a logical conclusion. I see. And you're the master who got away. I'm surprised you came back. Admirable. Here to avenge Salome? You won't provoke me. I already have. That you need to keep your emotions in check is proof enough. At times like these, it's imperative to stay cool and collected. Now then, surely you didn't expect to come waltzing into my inner chambers and leave with your lives, did you? In fact, we did. You have not a single ally to call upon for aid. Oh? Were any aid to arrive for you, it would only compound your present predicament. So risky is this little project of yours. We, on the other hand, have already called in help. She's removing every sound from this fortress, even as we speak. I suppose I should be afraid for my life, but I'm honestly more impressed by your compassion. You're right. I can't be too quick to call for help, which is why I have to cast a paralysis spell on all my allies right now. I must ask, though, did you, with that piercing intellect of yours, account for these? Come forth! Karakuri. Well, they're not Karakuri. They're just dolls. These are my yellow turban puppet soldiers. Pretty fashionable get-ups, no? So did you account for these as well? I must confess, I did not. But I did indeed determine that you would have either accomplices or some manner of faithful subordinates with you. Your puppets are, therefore, well within my expectations. Now prepare yourself. Would you rather smash Sakura from Fate or Fujino? Probably Sakura. My luck hasn't run out yet. Nor am I so far past my prime that I'm about to let the likes of you kill me. I am Zhang Jue, the great teacher, and I'm about to give you the most painful lesson of your lives. Wow.
全くドイツがドイツ
Protect me! Alright, so I can use my Noble Phantasm now, which means I have to completely switch up my strategy. We're not talking about Fujino being in this game, it's just a hypothetical, would you smash one over the other, as far as I'm aware. So in that case, I'm going to bring another Castoria, of course. We'll start things off with my Musashi. We'll blow through as many of those turds as I can. Wait a second. And for good measure, we'll stick you back here. And that should just about do it. Skip the cutscene and go straight to the battle. See, it's... yeah. I don't know why they didn't let me choose my party at the battle at that point. So I don't know what his Noble Phantasm is. He's trying to make me target his soldiers first, which means AoE to go. Would you rather smash Rebecca from Cyberpunk or Kama from Fate? Kama. Instant Kama. Absolute. Absolute. What is this buff on me anyway? Oh, immune to all debuffs. Whatever. What just happened? That guy just exploded again, too. What are we talking about with Chaos? Don't do school, stay in milk, and drink plenty of drugs. You really don't know what he's joking about? Don't do drugs, stay in school, and drink plenty of milk. He just mixed up the words. Kama of all shapes and sizes? I would prefer middle and older incarnation Amos. Damn, bro. Oh yeah, I forgot. You know, that's fine. I think... actually, no, that's not fine at all. Wait a second. I was not paying attention. My bad! I should not have let that happen. Non no plentry. Plentry. I don't know what plentry means. Concentrate on Shuang. Battle ends when he's beaten. I know. But the fucker killed me and I wasn't going to let that happen. I forgot he started with a Noble Phantasm, so as much as I want to binge the Musashi like I just did, it would be better for me to do that, and that. It's still a triple, which is not bad. That was the Mr. T was in it? I must not have seen this meme then.
剣圧にて海を立つ櫓のごときクジラ部大入道五剣か
Rather smash Ilya or Rebecca? Rebecca! Another easy one.
Say, fire!
蒼天すでに死す 好天まさに立つべし。星は講師にありて天下大吉なら。
Yay! Eat shit and die.
が降るぞい。気をつけ。
I was in a Markiplier video. Was that like his try not to laugh challenges? I missed those. Those are pretty good. Lip or Barghest? Barghest, probably. No, we're talking about dubs, and you said that most dub are not bad, but you used the symbol star. I thought he was agreeing with me and saying that I'm agreeing with him. I don't know, man. I'm not following your guys' conversation. I cannot comment, nor would I derail my entire stream to go look it up. I wonder if he's gonna cheat and pull out an Opal Phantasm bar. Not quite. Sweet. I'm gonna lose all my debuffs soon, so I'm gonna swap out for Waver and get that extra attack buff on while I still can. That's it, you're closing the live chat? No harm with that. I have no idea. Chicken? We talking about chicken? I don't see no chicken. Angelus, what happened? I Oh, you called him a chicken for quitting the chat. Sorry. I didn't follow that. Would you rather smash Rin Tosaka or Colin from Tokias? Oh, that is such a tricky one. Honestly, in terms of smashability, they're like right next to each other. I would have a very hard time picking one over the other. Musashi or Raiko? Easy as piss. Musashi. Any day. Kengo Bato? Isn't that the name of her move? Or part of the name of her move? I don't know. I just Google Kengo Bato, what happens? Kengo Bato. Oh, somebody already asked that on Fake Grand Order on Reddit. Let's see here. Ken means sword and Bato means to draw. I guess it's a sword person? Someone who draws their sword? Or let's have a duel, like a drawing of the sword, is what it sounds like it is. According to what somebody else is saying, but yeah. To settle the debate between me and Chaos, what do you think, Dai? Would you say most dubs are good or fine? Because I think so, at least all the ones you've watched. Wasting so much potential bond. Yeah, I guess. For 2 servant slots, you mean, right? Well, no, the name of her noble phantasm is Ganryujima, which is different. Is that all you've got? He's an even more formidable opponent than I expected. He may even be as powerful as the top-ranked servants. Could he have the Holy Grail himself? No, that wouldn't make any sense. Sayako from High School of the Dead or Mikasa from Attack on Titan? You know what? I'm gonna go with Sayako. I like her attitude just a little bit more. Mikasa's got baggage. Emotional baggage. No one's banned, what? Zhang Jue, the heroic spirit. Something sets him apart from others. Haggis, I don't know how to respond to any of the stuff with you and Chaos. Oh, sorry, dubs. Sorry. Dubs, dub. I don't know. I am one of the people who just naturally says no to dubs first. Doesn't mean they're going to be bad, but I think I've had enough stings that it's worth just picking sub from the default. I just took a look at Twitter, and it seems the Japanese are rightly pissed about Yasuke being the protagonist of Assassin's Creed Shadows instead of a Japanese figure like Musashi. Isn't it like, are they still doing the Matrix thing where a dude from the modern era is like warping his brain or body or whatever into his soul or whatever into a dude from the past and taking control of them? I see. Now I understand. Ha! What is it you think you understand? Ooh, he's got a big ol' eye. He's super pissed. I couldn't hear what he said. There. Ah! Gwa! You turned him into stone? Or sand? You made him sand? It can't be, but then that must be it. Curse you! Curse you! Curse you! Curse you! What a failure I am! How? How? How did you figure it out? Well, What a fool I've been! An absolute jester! Now his faces are crazy all of a sudden. Have I exhausted heaven's will? Not at all. I never had such a thing in the first place. And now I'm disappearing. I guess I can't stay here any longer. Does this mean I was mistaken after all, Master? Good riddance. Although I do want to know how your sand. The enemy servant is gone, though I have to say it didn't feel like my noble phantasm did all that much. Would you rather smash Mashu from Fate or Aoko from Witch on the Holy Night? Maybe Aoko. I might go Aoko there, but that's a close one. They're kind of in the same realm for me. What did you say to him, Holmes? Oh, nothing much. At least I didn't think much of it. I said your mom is a bitch and a whore. but in retrospect, it may have been a grave error on my part. What do you mean? I asked him if he really was who he thought he was. But in this case, I'm afraid our effort may be a tad... Oh crap, we've got an emergency on our hands. This whole fortress is about to collapse. How much money have I put into FGO? Well, considering I've been playing the game for like... God, when did it come out? I'd have been playing it for at least like 6 years or something, or crazy, or even more, right? But, maybe like 500 total in that whole time? Which, I admit, is kind of a lot. But I can't remember the last time, or how many years it's been since I actually paid a dime in this game. Of course, I'd be more inclined to spend a little more if they ever wanted to sponsor me or something. Would you rather smash CL from Tsukihime or Alice from Witch on the Holy Night? CL. CL's hotter. In mi opinion. I've done a really good job of my free-to-play game. Well, this is the fun time everyone's been waiting for. The moment it all comes crashing down on our heads. It looks like that old man rigged this fortress to fall apart if he died. Who hasn't dreamed of going out with a bang? We had best leave immediately then. Oh, right. Okay, first we need to find the life gate, then the scene. That won't be necessary. I know enough to lead the way myself. Seriously? Damn, this whole detective thing is nuts. Hang on, what do we even need me for, then? Let's save the conversation until after we've escaped, shall we? What's going on? I don't know. Let's just get out of here. Wait. That's the taboo direction. Huh? What? Ah! So is he actually dead or a dolmen situation? I don't know, man. It has not yet been revealed. Damn it. Which way do I go? Where the tated? What are you talking about? I don't know that acronym. Pardon me. Oh, pardon me. Move your ass. Oh! If we head straight down this passage, we should be able to exit through the scene gate. What do you think, Sarah? Well, this is Holmes we're talking about, so... Then maybe we should just make every servant Holmes, but in different classes. That's a terrifying thought. Oh, I have my talents, but I am by no means omnipotent. I would, of course, make an excellent caster, but for now, I'm quite content as a ruler. Whoa. But there's still something in here we need to learn about. Oh, titty all day, every day. Where? Where are they? I mean, there's a lot of them in FTO. Would you rather smash Ray from High School of the Dead or Suzuha from Steins Gate? That's a tricky one. Maybe Suzuha. Phew, it's good to be outside again. Honestly, I didn't think I was going to survive this mission, but it went a lot smoother than I thought. Well, now you're a dead man for sure. Just had to go and tempt fate by saying that, didn't you? You'll be lucky if you make it back to the righteous realm now. Come on, Lady Shufu. Please don't scare me like that. Good, the golem horse is still here, and it doesn't seem as though anyone discovered it. No sign of any enemies nearby. We should be good to go. Anti-climax much? You're disappointed, Lady Shufu? Haven't we had enough excitement for one day? Hya! Hya! You still don't want to contact them? It would be best to wait until we reach the Righteous Realm's border. Let's see, considering the time it will take them to learn that that fort, Azago, is collapsed. This time it will take them to confirm that Zhang Jue has vanished. Or then the time, yeah. So how do you like Kana from Oshinoko? She's cute. I like her. And the time it will take them to discover we were here and put together a squadron to pursue us. Forgot if you're an artist or not. You mean like traditional artist? Kind of? I don't really do a lot of that though. I do a lot of 3D work, like with my model. I do a lot of video editing, obviously. Yeah. Would you rather smash Asuna from SAO or Yui from Angel Beats? Asuna. That's a pretty easy one. Yui's not bad, though. Was it Yui or Yuri? I thought it was Yuripe. Wasn't it? The nickname they gave her? We have no margin for error, but we should still be in the clear no matter how fast their response time is. As long as we skirt their patrols, we should have little trouble making our escape. Well, that's a relief. Ha! Ta-ta! I don't know, he just has a funny face. Everything is going swimmingly. None of his finely honed instincts are sounding any alarms. The red sky gradually gives way to a pleasant blue. Soon they will arrive in the Righteous Realm, and their mission will be complete. But even amidst such a peaceful scene, Holmes continues to rack his brain, searching for an answer. An answer to what, you ask? Why, he wishes to understand why I have yet to reappear. He planned for Count Vlad to become one of his allies. That part I can understand. It would have been an effective way to rob Chaldea of a portion of our combat forces. But why hasn't he shown himself again since then? Why hasn't he tried another attack on us? Is he somehow preoccupied with his role as the foreign disciple? If he is, then where in this singularity could he be? More importantly, what could he be doing? The wheels in his mind turn and turn, trying to find the truth obscured by the clouds of ambiguity. But Sherlock Holmes will never understand. Yes, some things escape, even the man who supposedly understands everything. Oh yeah, I should have been doing his accent, if that really is him. There we go. In a sense, this singularity is akin to a lost belt. History is made by people. There is no way to tell how much time has passed when there are no sentient creatures there to experience it. Think of an insect crawling around on the ground for 1 or 2 years. In that situation, one could make a strong case that no time has passed at all. This singularity is the reverse. Servants are the walking incarnation of human history. Here, where heroes and anti-heroes from every nation, world, and race are continuously summoned, one could say that the path of humanity exists in the background. This is why the idea of rebelling against proper human history is so significant. If Holmes wishes to erase this singularity, merely fitting pieces together won't be enough. He will need to make massive leaps of logic. But with worries of me consuming his every thought, he will never reach the answer. He's simply not capable of it right now. Of this I am certain. In contrast, our goal is well within reach. As the foreign disciple, I will murder Sherlock Holmes myself. Oh, really? Miku or Mukuro? Well, I'm gonna have to go with Miku there. Bum. Alright, I'm gonna make this my last node for now, because we're close to the cutoff point, and then we'll be on chapter 14 of 22 tomorrow. We're over halfway there. At least it seems that way. Oh, it seems our timing is impeccable. Vlad III just returned as well. Looks like things went pretty well. Damn right they did! So Kana and Oshinoko, she my favorite girl, she's in your top 10, yes. Ah! Don't you think it's dangerous to whack someone with a bowl? Oh, who cares? It's not like it can actually hurt you. Anyway, you were saying... Well, you're obviously aware that this was our first battle as a single unified army, right? Yeah, so? It went even better than we expected. Much better. Count Vlad's orders were brilliant, and his troops carried them all out faithfully. Our formations, our troop lineup, everything was perfect. I'm sure the Revenge Realm will think twice before messing with the Righteous Realm now. That's wonderful to hear. And how did your assassination mission go? Never mind, I can tell from the looks on your faces. Congrats. It all went very smoothly. Just goes to show the power of friendship. Then all that's left for you to do is report back to the Emperor. Ugh, I gotta make an in-person report. Can't I just give you a written one? No? Wow, you really have nerves of steel, don't you? I'm literally shaking at the thought of meeting Charles the Great. Ah, don't worry, you'll be fine. He's a really friendly guy. I find that very hard to believe. I mean, that's true for Don Quixote or the actual Charles. What are your top 3 meals? I like burgers. I think I love hibachi steak and or chicken, that kind of whole spiel. Maybe some kind of ice cream. And that concludes our report. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Emperor Charles the Great will now grant you fitting rewards. Well done. I'm so glad to see you all back safe and sound. So glad. Lasagna is pretty cool. You are too kind, Your Imperial Majesty. We, your loyal subordinates, are honored to have been of service. Man, my shoulders are killing me. I still can't believe the Emperor himself rewarded me. What'd you get? Some magical items for enhancing my spirit origin, and to support Mystic Code. You can never have too many, of course, but they're usually tough to get a hold of. Do you like Chuni Moriarty, Dai? I don't like Moriarty that much, period, unless it's for comedic purposes. Is that so? I already wrote off the talismans as business expenses, so maybe I'll grab some spirit origin enhancement materials too. How about you, Holmes and Sarah? I suppose we're in much the same boat ourselves. You should let the secretary know if you didn't get anything. The squeaky wheel gets the grease and all that. Good point. You like spaghetti and pizza. Chili. Chili is good too. I think I like chili dogs more than I like chili itself. Alright, I'd better get going. I have a lot of training to do if I'm going to catch up to the rest of the Assassin Brigade. I'm gonna pop into my spirit form and get some shut-eye. Later! Good day, Shufu. Excuse me, do you two have a moment? Of course, Miss Sancho. What can we do for you? Talking about pizza on the Discord. Keep sparking a pineapple pizza war. You know what? I will eat pineapple pizza but I usually will not order pineapple pizza. How are chili dogs? Never tried them. I mean, it's a hot dog with chili on top with a bun. So it's more fun to eat. It's like a sandwichy kind of deal. Do you remember our plan to throw a victory party once you got back? I just don't... I like hand foods a lot. If I could just hold it and go... it makes me very happy. I do indeed. Ah, I see. Then I take it that... Yes, everything is ready for you. Tuna pizza? No, I haven't. Is that like canned tuna or like sushi tuna? They taste like completely different. Chili dogs are the best, yes. I don't know. Well, I forgot what the doll was for Shufu, what she's carrying. Could I ask you to come back to the throne room so we can elaborate? Of course. How about you, Master? You better believe I'll be there. Thank you. My sir will be thrilled. Now you've got me fucking craving chili dogs. Damn. That's actually not hard to make at all, because you can buy canned chili. If you wanted to go that route. You can also make it yourself, but you don't have to. Bottoms up! Canned tuna. That could taste good. I don't know. Cheers! As well as it went, it was still only the first of many missions to come, but very well. Bacon? It could be good. It's funny because I don't like bacon bits. If there's gonna be bacon on something, it's gotta be like chunks. I don't know. Also, one of the dumbest things ever is putting bacon on a donut. I don't know anyone who would like that. That's so weird. One should never underestimate a banquet's capacity for increasing morale. Man, Astolfo, you should have seen me out there. There I was, perfectly blended in among the foot soldiers, doing my job like it was second nature. Oh, so you didn't actually do much fighting then? I was part of the team, that's what matters. I used a farsight spell to watch the battle from here. You all did magnificently. You were in such perfect lockstep with each other, I couldn't even tell where you were, Lord Roland. I cautioned them against going off on their own. It's a common mistake among individually skilled soldiers. That aside, while I'm certainly glad this battle went as well as it did, it's not all good news. How come? Chili dogs are not a fictional food, no, it's just chili poured over a hot dog. You have to get Lebanon or some similar type of hot dog for it, because it would feel like eating something made of meat waste. I mean, I guess. I don't know. If you just like hot dogs in general. God damn it, I want hot dogs. What have you done to me? One of my goals for this training exercise was to have the troops practice responding to sudden, unforeseen accidents. When things are going well, it is the tendency of soldiers to grow overconfident. That's true. It may be a good idea to train the troops on what to do in case something goes wrong. You agree you never eat bacon bits, but bacon in your fried rice curry that does sound fucking amazing. Agreed. I'll put a plan together right away. Please, everyone, drink up. Eat up. Ah, what a great day this has been. Careful, sir. You don't want to get carried away. Indeed. As Tool the Fourth used to tell me. Well, admonish is probably a better word. There was nothing more dangerous than a mage in high spirits getting carried away. You mean you'd had a Sancho of your own? Oh yes, occasionally uncompromising. Always demanding. That was Tool for you. Ah, it's good to meet someone who knows my pain. Oh, really now? I see. Wait, I didn't mean it like that, Sancho. Then how did you mean it, sir? Looking for a graceful way out of a clearly unfavorable situation. Mashu here. I'll be taking over for the director for the time being. Unfortunately, heard of something worse than putting bacon on a donut. Bacon-flavored soda? That's weird. I need to do another food video. That could be fun. I would like to stay on the stream till the end, but I have to leave now. Catch you later. It won't be on for much longer either way. Chocolate-covered maple smoked bacon soda. It's breakfast in a bottle or death in your Wow. Remember Gordon Ramsay, vegan donut was funny. Yeah. Mashu here. Oh, he already said that. Congratulations again on a job well done, Zenpai. I'm still waiting for something to come about Mr. Sandman and his taboo. Thanks, Mashu. You too, Kadek? Me? I literally did nothing here, unless you count sitting on the sidelines and watching a battle. Did you notice anything noteworthy? You know how occasionally you'll get a second or third-rate servant with a surprisingly strong noble phantasm or strength stat? Well, there were a number of servants like that on both sides, so it made for a hell of a show. I don't know if I should say this, but I felt like it was watching a major spectacle. Big flashes of light, magical energy, all that kind of thing every time a command spell was activated. What, pouring a soda up his ass? It's obviously a sand clone, but I'm looking for something to bite us in the ass, because otherwise we accomplished literally nothing. But I want to know, is the taboo his clones? If so, that's kind of not as exciting as I was hoping. That happened on both sides, ally and enemy alike. So that was the master we're up against. Chocolate-covered strawberries, of course. They're yummy. We know they're not a cryptor, that's for sure. But I'll be damned if I have any idea how a mage ends up like that. You said something about up the ass. Or death in your ass. Oh, when you're just talking about when it's breakfast in a bottle and death in your ass. Makes more sense to me. I thought you said, if you drink it, it's breakfast in a bottle, but if you stick it in your ass, it's death. And that's how I read that. No joke. And I'm like, whoa. We've been looking into this master as well, but it's gotten us nowhere. All we can say at this point is that Holmes was right. The same master is using command spells on all those servants. I see. Damn it, what are we missing? What if the foreign disciples their master? That's possible, but... let's just forget about that for now. How's the Ortonax coming along? I'm afraid it's still... I'm afraid it'll still take a little time. We're just short on staff right now. And Da Vinci is currently on break. A break, huh? I see. No, that's fine then. I don't have anything urgent to ask her. Let's just get her, just let her get the rest she needs. I will. I think I'm going to talk to Roland and Astolfo. My god. Great work today. Nice job, you really pulled it off, didn't you? Yeah, ow. Ow. I too was pleased to see you both take such an active role in this war. I didn't talk to you. Count Vlad, you're too kind, sir. Wow, appreciate it, Count. Can you not even say thank you properly, fool? You... Oh, alright, I suppose I can live with that. So what did you guys do? I was the captain leading the raid. I cut a path through the enemy with good old Durendal. I led the special forces, so I pretty much just hopped on my hippogriff and charged right into the enemy. Well, you know, I could imagine some idiot trying to do, like, some kind of, maybe not even a prank, but dumbass stunt, where they like stuck a funnel in their butt and poured liquid down it. I mean, they've done that with booze, which can kill you. So both of you just, well, charged right at the enemy? That's right. That wasn't a compliment. Ah, come on, compliment me. I want some praise. How can he be so chummy with me? You'd think we knew each other in another world or something. What are you guys talking about? You've met Astolfo on several missions now. Durendal, huh? That's my sword. Super Durendal. The coolest, strongest, awesomest sacred sword in the world. What about it? You should probably leave out the super part, though. There you go. Allow me to explain. We go down your ass. Yeah, well, it goes through your ass. It doesn't sit in your ass. Well, I guess, I don't know. Bacon sausage with cheese filling? That could be good. I don't know. Sounds a little too indulgent, like it needs something to balance it, but maybe. Well, you see, it sounds indulgent like stuffing turkey inside of chicken inside of, like, beef or something. Didn't think that debut in Fate Zero when Lancelot chucked it back at Gil. Huh, so you ran into wielders of Durendal in the Third Singularity and the Atlantic Lostbelt. That's awesome! Yeah, they were. So Hector did that, huh? Wow. We all looked up to him, you know. Hector's a legend to European heroes like us. And the other one was Mandricardo? Wait, that Mandricardo? That crazy, arrogant, obnoxiously handsome king of the Tartars, who had adventures with actual fairies? I can't believe he had Durendal too. I bet he was all... Blah! I can wield this bad boy one-handed and still be 3,000 times as good as Roland could ever dream of, right? Nope. Wait, who are you talking about here? Mandricardo. I don't think I ever met him myself, or if I did, I forgot. I do get the feeling Monte kept pestering me about something, though. But eventually she calmed down, and then went on and on and on about how great Ruggiero was. Sounds like the Mandricardo you know is very different from the one I did. Would you mind telling us about him? It's not Durandal. So yeah, that's what he was like. Damn, I don't know what to say here except, well, damn. That's really something. If our Emperor were here right now, I bet he'd say, now that was super awesome. Yeah, you think we could pull off something like that? I don't know. What do you mean? Oh, sorry, Master of Chaldea. Don't get me wrong. We're not talking about strength or anything. We're just, wondering if we'd be able to make the same choice under the same circumstances. I'd like to think I could be a big hero like that, but I'm not so sure. I just don't feel brave enough to say I could sacrifice my life like that and really mean it. Durendal? Oh, like endurance? Endurance. So I guess what I'm really trying to say is that Mandricardo sounds really awesome. A toast to Mandricardo. And to Sarah, who wouldn't be here right now if not for Durendal and his bravery and sacrifice. Cheers! They even spell it Durendal here, though, with an E. I think there's multiple spellings for that sword. I think I shall raise my glass to Mandricardo as well. To his noble spirit, and to his tremendous bravery. Thank you so much. No, you said Durandal. With an ah. Ah. Durandal. As opposed to Durandal, not Durendal. Like N. Like Enishi. You know, there is something I've been meaning to ask you too. Hmm? Why did you support Don Quixote when he decided to pass as Charles the Great? You are two of Charles's, or rather Charlemagne's, 12 paladins. Were I in your position, I would have been fiercely opposed to anyone impersonating my liege. I guess I'd just call it a necessary evil. I could give you all kinds of reasons, but... A chicken burger? They usually just call that a chicken sandwich, but those are okay. I'd say what it really comes down to is, I think the struggle there, when you put like a fried thing on there, is like trying to wet up the sandwich a bit, because otherwise it's kind of dry. If the Charles the Great we knew were here, I'm sure he probably would have said something along the lines of, "Sounds good to me, you're awesome!" And made Don Quixote emperor just like that. Yeah, exactly. Of course, like you said, we used to call him Charlemagne ourselves. You don't think such a big lie would upset him? Nah, he would have been the first to laugh and forgive a whopper like that. He always had a knack for making lies into truth. So we're pretty sure that even if he were summoned here right now, he wouldn't be the least bit mad about what we're doing. Yeah, heck, he'd probably ask Don to keep pretending to be emperor himself. Oh yeah, I could definitely see that. He was an adventurer at heart, our Imperial Majesty. Heck, that's long to say. Let's just call him Emperor. You may want to be careful about speaking too poorly of your liege. Though I don't personally take issue, some less savory types hearing that may grow disrespectful to Charles the Great in consequence. Then again, I suppose if anyone has a right to speak that way, it's those of you who knew him best, his trusted knights. Pay my earlier statement no heed. By all means, continue your conversation. Okay. So, Sarah, as I was saying about our Emperor, he was an adventurer at heart, the kind that would set out on one in a heartbeat and not come back for ages. You could pretty much say the same about us, though. I know I'd take an adventure over politics any day. Our Emperor wasn't the sort to be content just ruling quietly from his throne. He'd be happy to let Don Quixote play the part. Probably he'd just say, "Sure, have fun," and be off. Hold on. If the real Charles the Great were here, I'd be more than glad to trade places with him. Hey, we're just speaking hypothetically. I can tell how much you guys love Charlemagne. What if it has a lime juice on top of the sandwich? Maybe. I don't really go for citrus on like a sandwich, though. You bet we do. Guilty as charged. Things weren't always easy with him, but I never once regretted my choice to be one of his retainers. I see. It's a shame that I never had the chance to meet this magnificent emperor for myself when I was still alive. I can only hope I get another chance in this second life. Me too, minus the second life part. Yeah, we'd love to see him again, too. And you know, I bet the two of you would really hit it off. Maybe it's time I turn in for the night. Oh, are you calling it a day, Lady Sarah? Yeah, I don't want to talk to Don Quixote. If I can avoid a conversation, I will! Very well then, I wish you a very good night. I shall see you again tomorrow. I'd be more thinking like a sauce that you put on the burger. Good night, Master. Good night. Oh, I'm almost done streaming. If the event ends here, or the node ends here, then we're done. But we're not done, because Moriarty wants to have a nice little chat, I can see. Oh, it's you this time. I'm afraid I don't have any business with you, though. Still, my compliments on making it this far, even if you did get lost along the way. Now, what do you want? I can't talk, maybe because it's a dream? I see you made it here without recovering your facility. For language. I was just remembering how Medea's assassin died in the first Heaven's Feel movie, and I honestly wonder if that was a reference to Alien. I don't know. It probably was. The only thing you like is ketchup? I like mayo. I like mayo on burgers. I see you made... Oh, where you said that. Well, these sorts of things happen. Or perhaps my fervent wishes made my dream come true. Very well, then. I'll do the talking, and you can stand there and listen, looking pained. Yes, I like that. Allow me to be blunt. I despise you. Ha! Have you never once considered how you and all the rest of Chaldea are evil? You and your fellow Chaldeans have annihilated 6 worlds thus far. Lost belts, yes, but worlds nonetheless. I know. It was what you had to do to survive. That's the rebuttal you wish you could voice just now, yes? But people like you and Mashu Kirilite, so kind-hearted. Can you really bear the burden of what you've done? I'm sure you understand that you yourself, of course. But how long do you think that understanding can prop up your mind? Forever. You may be able to endure the momentary flashes of intense guilt, but what about the endless sorrow that threatens to crush you beneath its overwhelming weight? I don't believe you have what it takes to endure that, which is why I refuse to abide your presence. At any rate, I think that's enough for now. You won't remember this when you wake anyway. Not that it makes much difference whether you do. This whole conversation is ultimately meaningless. Fate is inevitable. No one can change it. No one. Alright, off you go. I don't have any more time to spare for the likes of you. No, he doesn't have a bit of a point. I mean, he understands that doing the right thing is gonna cause you guilt, but that doesn't mean it's not the right thing. At the end of the day, a bunch of idiots came in and said, hey, we're the new proper human history. And we're like, no. We're gonna make sure that what is currently proper stays proper, and that's all we did, at the expense of other people whose worlds were already deleted on their own. It's not our fault they can't all coexist. That's the universe's problem. If anything, we should all work together to solve that problem, so that all Lost Belts could endure relative to their own. Why is he wearing mascara? He's trying to be a clown, as far as I can tell. We didn't even put ends to those countless lives. We didn't do that. They were already dead. And if we don't, countless lives also get lost. It doesn't matter. Everyone's fucked no matter what. You could still say we pulled the trigger, but I honestly don't think so. It's just, I see a lot of people arguing on social media or in my comment section about, like, the guilt that Ritsuka should feel. I'm like, we shouldn't feel any of it. I mean, I understand that you would, because it sucks to be in that situation, but it wasn't your fault. And you're not actually doing anything malicious. Do you think he merged with Baldar from Norse myth? I don't know enough about that. Ever try crushed soda? Yeah, I think I have. Not if I'm going to end the realm you're in, and him along with it. Whatever, bruh. Whatever. And there's a scene where we wake up, of course. What a weird dream. Wish I could remember what happened. Oh, that was it? You just had to tell me? Oh, I don't remember. We already knew we weren't going to remember, but okay. Oh, Baldur? Or Baldur? Like Baldur's Gate, that kind of thing. I hear that name all the time, but I actually don't know enough about Norse mythology to know what that is. Why does he have a gate? Why is it Baldur's Sky? Why is it Baldur Force? Pretty loose. But yes, anyway, that wraps up the stream for today. We are on section 14 of 22. God, I hope we can finish it between Thursday and Friday at this pace, but we'll see. Otherwise, I'll have to go into the weekend. Ah! Or skip the weekend and wait until Monday. We'll see. Either way. Thanks y'all for tuning in. Definitely subscribe if you haven't. And until next time, celebrate your fandom.